Facebook. Email. Sent now. Just a heads up, we've got at least one person in chat from the US.
All right, there we go.
Which is kind of cool.
I believe we are live. Invisible at the moment because I need to have the Discord windows open. There we go.
No, but they can hear us, so that's kind of funny.
They can hear us, yes. Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of our 10,000 member celebration featuring D&D Australia. Today is the ModMin game, which explains why everything is already going sideways. We have our wonderful ModMins here, and I'm gonna be moving their faces around on screen temporarily once someone else starts talking, because all the names will be mixed up for a moment. But hello and welcome. Before we get
behind the scenes setup looks.
That's right. Before we get started with the game itself, Mel, why don't you tell us about the reason we're here and who's supporting us?
Sure thing, thanks. Hey, I'm Mel. If you don't know me, I'm one of the admins for Dungeons & Dragons Australia. You might know me as Nefsus Nile. You might know me as that crazy woman whose face is kind of everywhere. Or you might not know me at all, in which case, welcome. We are Dungeons & Dragons Australia. You are witnessing the behind-the-scenes shenanigans of one of our games for our 10,000 members celebration. Yay! We are so glad that you could join us. Thank you for making some time out of your very busy weekend. I'm assuming it's a weekend for most of you anyway. And a super huge thank you to the other moderators and admins, because I've been very hands-off, moving house and all sorts of crazy shenanigans, for organising the entire celebration. Could not do it without you guys. You're awesome. Mwah, much loves. Another group of people that we need to thank are our amazing affiliates and partners. We are running a giveaway over on our Facebook page and our Discord, so go check out some links. They're around somewhere. And you can see our amazing affiliates in the center here. We've got... let me read from my list, because otherwise I will forget somebody. We've got Chris at Glowcraft, Tina at Behold Games, Galen and Vic from The Tray Tinker, John and Sarah from Meeples and Dragons, and David from RPG Mini Hunter. We've also had donations for our giveaway from Nicole from Nick's Dice, and some tabletop terrain from Sean from Jester Prince. All of the info that you need for how to enter, any specifics about the prizes themselves, are posted on Facebook and Discord. Go check them out. Are we good to go?
Yeah, we're all set up.
Are we real people?
My only question is, Balasar.
Yeah.
That's fine. Bianca is... Yep. Who between Chris and Ado, who is Chromu?
Chromu and Dougal are my pets.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
Sorry, Chris. What was your character name?
Cole.
Cole. How do I spell?
As in that thing Santa brings to naughty children.
Excellent. All right.
I'm familiar with it. Yes.
And politicians like
Cole. And Ado, what was your character's name?
Thurin.
Sorry, what was that?
Thurin.
Thurin. Yes. Thurin.
We are a well-oiled machine here, folks.
Well-oiled machine. Let me make sure that's right.
We're still at least heading one direction, so we've still got a chance.
Hang on, it hasn't.
This is ridiculous. This sun, my goodness.
Save.
You're just an international personage of mystery.
Right, so hopefully
this person is a D&D player, so we can't show you their face.
Hopefully everyone's in their right positions. Hopefully my audio is coming through clearly to Lyra. So let me know if I'm too soft. If you guys haven't got the overlay up, the stream up, feel free to pull it up and make sure that everything looks good to you guys. Just let me know if something needs changing. But for now, we're ready to dive in. Oh. There we go. All right. Welcome to Fladnag's feature. This particular tale is called The Carnival. And you brave adventurers, or should I say mysterious, wondrous, enchanting, fantastic, and terrible feature pieces of our tale today are not on any particular adventure at the moment. When you are contacted, you are brought together by a family. This particular family you know well. They have done favors for you in the past, and you have done favors for them. And you are personally connected with this family. You know that this family features 4 children whose names you do not know at the moment. They are quite young, and they're just diddling and running around and doing their own thing. The parents' names are Aeon and Ruabeth, and they ask you for help. They ask you for help because their eldest daughter, Arabeth, has gone missing. They tell you that Arabeth really wanted to go to a mysterious carnival that appeared recently. And Aeon and Ruabeth, being the responsible parents that they are, decided against it in this particular case because this carnival has many mysterious goings-on. There are many rumours and tales about this wandering carnival, and not all of them are pleasant. And so they opted against it. However, in the middle of the night, it seems that Arabeth ran off to go and visit the carnival. And so the responsible parents that they are, Aeon and Ruabeth, are unable to leave their children. However, they have asked you for help in finding and returning their lost, missing daughter. So, brave, foolhardy, soon-to-be-dead adventurers, why don't we go around and tell the audience at home who we are playing this afternoon. Starting with Ren.
Oh, hi, that's me. I'm a little person, and I'm green, and I wear a lot of brown and black, and green, and I like nature and fun. And I woke up this morning, and I wasn't so much of a little person than I was the morning before. So things are a little weird.
Like the Grinch,
That's me.
you've grown 3 sizes bigger.
Yeah.
Timothy McTallperson.
Ah, yes. Well, you'd notice that Timothy is a rather tall and lumpy individual. Lumps where lumps should not be. He has a long grey beard that seems a little frazzled, almost as if it is like horsehair or something that is forming this beard. You'd note that he's got big, thick glasses over a large pink nose, but if you look closely, it would appear that the rest of his face is green. He's wearing an oversized trench coat and appears to be clutching at a broom with the middle of his sleeves. Also seems to be arguing with himself in 3 different tones, and is not particularly quick on his feet.
Well, Ren might be three sizes bigger, but it sounds like you've got 2 hearts too many. Thurin, tell us about yourself.
Turin's quite a slim elf, white flowing hair over the shoulder. He generally talks to a raven that generally sits on his shoulder. It seems to be his most common conversationalist. Not one to engage with others until he gets to gain their confidence and trust.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And Cole, how about you?
Cole is very friendly. First thing you notice, he's very short, only about 3 feet tall, and is a bipedal lizard.
A bipedal lizard. Let me do that. So a raven on the shoulder for Turin and a bipedal lizard for Cole. There we go. Perfect. And what about Bianca? Nothing could be weirder than a walking lizard and a bird, a man with a pet bird.
So Bianca is quite tall, quite slim. She almost looks very gaunt and pale. Her fingernails sharpened to extreme points.
Mm-hmm.
You see a big great axe strapped to her back, and she generally wanders with her nose stuck in a book, either reading or writing something. And you'll generally catch her muttering to herself. As well.
Might need some universal solvent for that nose book thing. Balazar.
WD-40.
Well, Balazar is a dragonborn paladin who's looking for fame and glory, looking to conquer the world in fame and do anything he can to make it happen. It's a nice white dragonborn with scale, with armor, looking like he has no pants on, but he do have pants on.
The Emperor's new pants. There we go. So, brave adventurers, you've been asked to aid these people in the rescue of their daughter. What say you?
Well, it sounds like a lot of fun, so, sure.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Sounds like a lot of money.
A lot of fame.
Mm-hmm. Money, fame, glory, all of these things could be yours when you visit the carnival. So, in that case, Aeon and Ruabeth give you a flyer. This flyer is a bit garish. It has the display of a number of fantastic theatrical figures on the front. The sort of things you'd expect at a carnival. Promises of wonders and creatures you've never laid eyes on before, and a big top tent in the background. And it gives you no clear address for the carnival. However, it says those who seek it shall find it. And with this in hand, you start to search for this mysterious carnival. And on your first day out, you don't have much luck. However, that evening, mists begin to swirl around your campsite. And as the mists swirl, the fog becomes so thick that you cannot see but more than a few feet.
Something looks weird. Smells funny.
Indeed. The smell of the evening air, this crisp, clean air, begins to shift, and you begin to smell food and smoke, and the quiet night is suddenly interrupted by sounds of laughter and music, and beyond the fog, colourful lights begin to swirl and coalesce before you. And investigating just a little, you think that there is, almost as if by magic, a community up ahead of you, just beyond the vision of your campsite.
Is this strange to anybody else?
I was wondering if anybody else's campsite had moved previously.
Wonder if he got moved
I mean-
during night.
There was that one time, but I think it might have been the grappa that I drank. I'm not sure. My campsite did move. Or maybe I just forgot that I moved it.
Does anybody else smell snacks? Snacks! Snacks! Yes, snacks. Potatoes!
You see,
Nothing that interests me.
Potatoes don't interest you?
No.
There's something horribly wrong with you, my friend, and it's not just your pallor.
Might be your palate.
She sort of looks over at you and grins and waves her talons at you.
Those would be perfect for potatoes. Roast them over the fire.
you seem to be in need of a pedicure.
Why? They suit me just fine.
Should you choose to take a peek beyond the veil of fog, you will discover, resplendent with bright banners, Calliope music, and the smells of rich food, a grand carnival, a surreal wonderland where any dream is possible. I should warn you, the carnival doesn't exist to entertain its visitors. Rather, it's a travelling domain, capable of visiting other domains and lands beyond the mists.
Do we hear any noises? Anything besides smell?
Yes, there is a whirlwind of different sounds and sights. There are musics of many different kinds playing in different directions. There are hawkers shouting wares, and you see before you rows and rows of stalls and tents and structures, and at the very center of this place is a looming striped tent, at least 100 feet high. And in this place, there are many people wandering about, looking at the amusements. You see stalls set up where people are trying different foods. You see games of chance and skill. Someone is throwing balls at standing towers of bottles, trying to knock them over. Someone is shooting crossbows at fluffy strung up targets, and there are acrobats and entertainers dancing around, parading around, and this all seems to give you this sense of wonder and mystery as you stand now, strangely, on the fringes of this mysterious circus. closest to you, you see lurid banners with exaggerated art, and there are the calls of barkers advertising strange and exotic performers. At the entrance near which you stand is a table where it appears visitors are purchasing entrance to the carnival, and behind the table looms a mountain of muscle, half again as tall as your average human, and they appear to be accepting coin and handing out tickets to the carnival.
You have to pay to go and pay?
You have to pay to go and play, it would seem.
But what if you just want to play but don't pay?
Well, I think that would be called performing, and it is possible that there might be space for new performers.
Ren will go up to the mountain of muscle and look up, and be like,
Excuse me, excuse me.
and hold up a gold coin.
A big meaty fist wraps around the edge of the table, and a head the size of your body peers over, and what appears to be this half-giant man looks down at you and considers you for a moment and says, "Welcome to the carnival.
Oh,
It is
hey, big buddy.
it is 2 silver for entry."
Ren will look around and go, 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, 4, 5, 14, 23.
I got this many.
And I just gesture to the whole group.
Looking around at you all, this huge person nods and says, 12 silver. And their deep voice just sends vibrations through your body.
Yeah. Say it, don't spray it, buddy. This enough?
Bianca will walk over and hand over the extra needed.
All right. With that, his demeanor is quite cool, slow, and deliberate. He seems to be quite very formal and businesslike, but as you pay him the money, he smiles a big grin, showing broad rows of teeth, and he says, "Welcome to the carnival. My name is Hermos, and should you have any questions, I am here to assist." And he hands over tickets that appear as garish as the flyers that you have seen strewn about the place and that Aeon and Rubeth showed you earlier. These tickets will grant you entry to the common spaces. However, be aware that some of the shows will require further payment for entry, and there are many stalls available as well. We have the big top tent where our shows are held. We have many side shows you can go and see. We have the Hall of Horrors, should things of that nature interest you. And, of course, there is the Litwick Market just beyond our boundary, where merchants sell their wares.
A little green hand reaches out from the beard and grabs the ticket. Goes back in again. You think you hear the sound of a kazoo coming from his belly.
I think you'll fit in quite well here. And with that, you are all given a ticket to the carnival. Is there anywhere...
As Thorin receives his ticket, he asks, are there only adults here?
The carnival is open to all. And while there are many adults here, children are welcome as well. Though you might find yourself less interested in the age of someone so much as their origins. For you see, we accept creatures not just from the material plane, but many fae as well. And as he says this, you look around and you see that quite a few of the visitors to the carnival and performers as well appear to indeed be creatures who at first glance seem humanoid, but then you notice pointed ears or small horns or hooves or pallid skin or any number of little things that suggests that the inhabitants of the carnival are slightly more twisted than what first glance would lead you to suspect.
Ren just runs a hand along her own pointed ears and goes,
I think I've come home.
Question for the DM. With all the people milling about, are there any rabbit folk or any more peculiar races around?
You can give me a perception check to see what you see.
So perception. That's a natural 20 for a 24.
Amazing. Our first natural 20 of the night. Fantastic. Looking around, you take in the scene and you note a number of interesting figures around the area. It seems like this entrance to the carnival leads directly into a line of stalls and sideshows, and you can see a barker at the front of the stalls who is sort of guiding guests along and highlighting different displays, and along those displays you can see a performer who at first appears to be an ordinary human who is performing singing, more specifically rapping and dancing, but then interspersed with the dancing, you notice that they develop fur and long rabbity ears as they dance, only to change back partway through. And it seems like they are some sort of lycanthrope, perhaps. You also notice a pale woman with who appears to have the affectation of an undead, with leathery bat-like wings on her back, who is standing on a small stage performing acrobatic feats. There is also a juggling daredevil who spins flaming knives and other deadly objects, and is surrounded by a small crowd who is laughing and cheering, and occasionally she'll throw a bit of flame into the audience. There is a clown wandering around, surrounded by a group of not quite identifiable animals capering to music, which is coming from the clown's organ barrel. He's carrying a big barrel with a crank on the side, and while he appears somber, he is cranking out this eerie carnival music, and the animals are capering to it. And finally, there appears to be a dancer, a dancing woman who is surrounded by serpents, and she is dancing amongst the serpents.
Okay. The group would sort of notice that first entertainer, as they're sort of shifting to look more rabbit-like. Bianca tenses, and she starts muttering to herself quite clearly. It's like, no, that's not them. It can't be them. No. But you should. No, I can't. Yes, but what if I? And as soon as they revert back to normal, it stops.
Okay. Yeah.
Timothy also would be muttering to himself, though he's still looking at the giant man. Should we ask him? Yes, one tall person to another. Yes, one tall person. Yes. Excuse me, Mr. Tall Person. We came here to look for small pink-skinned person with hair. Have you seen them? That this big. This big.
Hermos reaches up deliberately and scratches his chin. A small person with pink skin and hair. Yes, there have been a few of them about. In fact, there have been quite a few of them about.
Oh, guys, maybe she's here. The small person we're looking for. Yes.
Are they an entertainer or a visitor?
I think they're visiting.
Well, there are quite a few people, as you can see. Your best bet would be to look around.
Well, at least I tried.
If it is of significant import, you could speak to our carnival master, Isolde. She may be of assistance.
Old?
That's what he said. Is old. We got to look for an old person.
Okay. Is he tall too?
No, because then his name would be Is Tall, not Is Old. Yeah.
Yes.
Up there for thinking, down there for dancing.
You are a funny lot, you know.
Yep.
Enjoy your time at the carnival.
Okay. Bye.
And there is indeed as you step away to enter the carnival, there are a line of visitors behind you ready to pay their silver and enter as well. So where would you like to start your search?
I think we should start by searching the potatoes.
Potatoes, snacks. The sound of kazoo sounds from within the coat again.
If
your stomach appears to be hungry.
Yeah. If you're looking at starting somewhere where there is food, you could check out some of the stalls that are dotted around, or you could visit the Litwick Market, which is has a variety of merchants who are selling all sorts of interesting things, including food. Of note, particularly the there is a stall with potatoes on skewers that have been spiralized and covered in salts and seasonings.
I think we should start with the merchants.
Is there a butcher around?
There is not a. Why don't you give me an investigation check?
Come on, lucky dice. Not bad. Investigation, that's a 23.
23. There is not a butcher per se selling raw meats or unprepared foods, as it were. However, there are a number of vendors who are selling meats prepared in different ways. There's a pie stall selling a variety of pies, with an old lady behind it, cackling theatrically as she hands out pies to various visitors. There is a stall where there are grilled meats on skewers being handed out, and the vendor, a tiefling with particularly twisted horns, is very fiendishly insinuating that the meats are of mysterious origins. Are you looking for anything in particular?
Bianca would probably head over towards the tiefling. Have you got, might be a little bit weird, but have you got anything that's not cooked yet?
He raises an eyebrow and says, well, I have some skewers I have yet to cook. Would that do?
I will take 3.
Everyone has their taste, and that'll be 3 copper. So,
Sure, she'll hand over
Yep.
the coin.
Easy peasy. Are you new?
And she'll use her talon fingernails to take the pieces of meat off the skewer and eat them as is.
Those are interesting hands you have there.
I thank you. And she'll sort of toddle back to the group.
Yeah, okay. And what about the rest of you?
Timothy's starting to sort of with a wave and snake his way to the potatoes. Seems a little top heavy. He's just leaning over to one side, using his ribs to prop himself up, and he gets the spiraled potatoes, and a small hand appears from out of the beard. 3, please.
The potatoes are being cooked and served by a dragonborn lady in with green scales and a colourful blue overalls, and she nods and prepares several potatoes fresh. And while she's doing so, she says, "Is this your first time at the carnival?"
Yes. 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 Yes.
What brings you here? Have you checked out any of the shows yet?
I'm here for potatoes. No. We're here for the small person. The small person. Tell her about it. We're here because there's a small person about this big, pink skin.
Looking for someone, are you?
And has hair.
If you're looking for someone,
yes,
you could do worse than to visit a merchant by the name of Chive, who sells Chive. They sell lost memories, so if you've lost something or forgotten someone, then perhaps you could buy a lost memory that might help jog your own.
Thank you very much, pretty green lady.
And then she will hand you the skewers with the freshly cooked potato spirals on them, and they are steaming and hot, and you can smell a variety of spices and salts and herbs. Enjoy your time at the carnival.
Thank you. We will find the chives. Thank you. And 3 little hands pop out from in various points in the coat and wander back to the group.
All right. The Thomasy McTall person comes back and is holding 3 potato skewers. And are there any foods that the rest of you are interested in procuring?
Is there a cheese merchant?
Selling solid cheese. Give me an investigation check as you wander the stalls of the market. How did we go?
That is...
Sorry? 19. We looking around. You see a peddler selling love potions at the cost of a buyer's dreams. You see a mysterious merchant selling dangerous enigmas, all for the low price of one's ability to speak vowels. And you come across a vendor selling cheese, but not any particular cheeses that you have heard of before. They all seem to have their origins in strange creatures from strange places, and they're not served on plates or platters. They are all served as tiny little cubes on toothpicks.
It's fine. Cole will take note.
Mm-hmm.
Going to go and purchase 2 potato spirals.
Okay.
2 meat kebabs.
Oh.
And also go to the cheese merchant and purchase a few toothpicks of cheese.
Alrighty, so you come back with a vast handful of different nibbles to enjoy, and the smells are sensational and interesting, and the air is almost perfumed with all of these wonderful different aromas that tingle the senses.
Excellent.
Belzar sees the kebabs and walks on and gets a handful of kebabs. Because
Okay.
they looked interesting.
Fantastic. Kebabs galore so far. And while you're wandering around, you can hear the hawking of the barker talking about the wonderful sideshows and the amazing feats these entertainers can do.
Ren looks at the potatoes that come back to the group and then looks back at the woman who's dancing with the snakes around, licks her lips and goes, "No, potatoes. But snake. No. Potatoes. No. Snakes." And then walks over to the snake lady.
Heading over to the snake lady, you can see a small crowd is watching a woman dancing amongst a collection of snakes. And go ahead and give me a nature check.
Come on. Sorry, being very slow today.
You're fine.
That is a... Oh dear, that's 12.
No, that's perfectly fine. It is enough for you to tell that these snakes that she is dancing with are exotic. They are very rare and strange, and you think you've only seen out of the dozen or so that are there, you've only seen one or two of them before in your life. The rest of them glitter and shine and gleam with scales and patterns and ridges and barbs, and a couple of them have forked heads or forked tails, and you haven't seen them before. They're very mysterious, very strange, and as she dances, the snakes twirl around her and along her legs and arms, and on the stage as well, and anyone who gets too close invokes the wrath of a snake facing in their direction and hissing at them a little bit.
Ren is definitely leaning in, looking for the laziest of snakes because that's the juiciest meat. And then as one looks at her and hisses, she just hisses back.
And this dancer, when she finishes her routine, her gaze is drawn to you a little bit, and she says, "Hello, small ones. I see you have a particular interest in my snakes." And you can see she is a humanoid with pointed ears. She appears to be an elf. And she says, "Would you like to pet one of them?"
Yes.
She holds out her arm, and spiraling along is a blue snake, perhaps the length of your arm, wrapped and coiled around her, and it is blue with golden diamonds patterned along its back. And she holds out her wrist, and the snake's little head pops out, and its forked tongue tastes the air in front of you, and she says, "This is Kales, and I promise he will not bite as long as you eat."
Oh. Does he taste good?
His senses are excellent.
Ren thinks for a second and goes,
Okay. So, I'm a bit confused, but we're looking for a people that's little and, has hair. Oh, and it's pink.
A pink people who has hair and is little.
Yeah. Yeah.
I must admit that description is a little less helpful than one might think. And there is a lot of mystery and change around this place. Before I was an elf, I was a snake.
Ren's eyes widen and goes,
You'd make a good meal.
That's you might not believe it, but that's not the first time I've been told such a thing. If you're looking for someone in particular,
Yeah.
you might do well to speak to our ringmaster, Isolde. She is the
old person. Yeah. Where are they?
She is our leader, and you can find her abode by the big top. And
got it. Old person, big top.
She holds out her arm, and the snakes sort of coil and point towards the tall tent in the center of the carnival.
Ren kind of maneuvers to look behind the snake's head trying very hard to not look down and bite its head, but then looks at where it's looking, goes,
Oh, okay. Enjoy your dancing.
and then walks back over, but looks behind longingly at the snakes, licking her lips again.
And as you return to the group, the somber clown who's playing the ornate barrel organ with some certainly not copyrighted music from any particular, Zelda-esque. I don't know. Certainly nothing you would recognize.
It's definitely not the Song of Storms.
Mm-hmm. They come along and they haven't spoken at all, but you see their animals dancing around as they give you a look, and you see the barrel organ has a little sign on it, and it says, for a copper piece, you can guess the mysterious nature of these creatures. And indeed, these creatures are quite indeterminate at first glance. They have legs and arms, yes. Some of them have fur, some of them have scales, but they don't match any familiar descriptions or appearances that you're used to.
Platypus.
Go ahead and roll a D100.
Is that everyone, or
Just you. You who guessed platypus.
$36?
36. The clown's somber expression freezes for a moment, and though he doesn't smile, his eyes widen a little, and he hands you a lollipop. You get the impression that indeed one of these creatures has been mysteriously identified by you. None of the rest of you have heard of this strange platypus before.
All right, Bianca will give it a go.
Sure.
She's just gonna it'll be barely more than a whisper, but she'll go, "Bernie."
The clown shakes its somber head.
And everyone just sees her visibly relax.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Do bells remember anything that look familiar on the animals, like previous traits of what they're looking like now? Like anything?
Give me either an animal handling or a nature check.
That is a 6.
Some of these animals look like they should be animals that you're familiar with. Like there is a furry creature that resembles a ferret. However, it's got horns, multi-pronged horns on it, and it's like, oh, that could be a ferret, but no, no. Another one looks to be a lizard, except it's got 8 legs. Very strange. And so, in all of these circumstances, you feel like on the tip of your tongue there's something recognizable before something else appears and just confuses the heck out of you.
Okay.
Timothy
Ren-
yells out, "Pangolin!"
Pardon? What was that?
Pangolin!
Pangolin. As good of a guess as that is, the clown shakes his head and disappointedly, I'm afraid not. He doesn't say that, but that's the sort of impression you get from this seemingly mute clown. And as you guys are standing there, he moves. He begins to move on, and his troop of strange creatures follows along beside him. The music beginning to fade into the crowd as more of an audience sort of gathers around and begins to guess these creatures. While that's happening, a voice appears. A voice pipes up behind you all and says, "You know, most of those creatures are probably made up, I think." And you turn around, and before you is the Barker, who you saw before, giving a tour to some of the visitors, explaining some of the stalls. And he says, "You know, I think he would probably talk if pressed, although I haven't quite managed it yet." He holds out a hand and says, "The name's Tyndall, and I'm this circus's premier, Barker. Perhaps I could give you a tour for but a couple of copper. Are you looking for any entertainment in particular? Maybe I could show you the wares or the food, or maybe I could take you somewhere. What is it that you're looking for?"
Chives.
Chives? No, I'm not Chives. If you're looking for Chives, you know, he's just down the way. But that whole forgotten memory business, hodgepodge. Hodgepodge, I say. Who wants to remember the things they forget anyway?
Ren pipes up and goes, "And you're not the old one either. I just found out where they are. They're at the big stripy thing.
The old one? Could you be meaning Isolde?
Isolde, yes.
Oh, that's what I said.
No, her name is Isolde. Isolde. And although I do think that she's...
It's all day! Oh my god, how dumb.
Yeah, of course. You know that she is the carnival's leader, and I cannot say for sure how old she is. She has been here for longer than I. I would not get on her bad side, though. Her blade, Nepenthe, has been known to hold a grudge.
Which one's her bad side? Left or right?
I don't know, but the other hand's got a grudge in it, so she's only wielding it with one hand. Disadvantage!
Believe me, one hand is all she needs. You know,
Okay,
I could help you if you're looking for something. I in fact have lost something as well. Indeed, my soul, as a matter of fact, and you know, I can prove it.
But your shoes look fine.
My shoes, yes, but my shadow. My shadow, no, and in fact my reflection too. He holds up a mirror he procured from inside one of his pockets, and you can paying attention now. You see he's got a jacket with many large flaps and pockets on it, and he procures a mirror and he holds it up and says, "For you see, no reflection," and indeed there is no reflection of him in the mirror, despite you seeing your own faces and features.
So why do you carry a mirror if you can't see yourself? Seems like useless weight. Could carry potato instead.
You make a good point, but you see, maybe one day my soul might show itself in the mirror, and then I will have found it again.
How did you lose your soul? How will we find it?
Well, I was born this way, you see. I'm sure it's out there somewhere, but I have yet to come to terms with its loss.
So how long have you been in this carnival?
I've been here long enough to know that if you wish to uncover its mysteries, you will find yourself having to perhaps perform or pay your way through. For not every mystery is revealed for free. We also have to earn a living, and he gestures with his glove as if to suggest if you wish to receive more entertainment, you might have to cough up a copper piece or two.
You hear the sound of a kazoo coming from within the carriage.
Was that a kazoo? Interesting.
We
Sir,
can perform, yes.
we'll pass him over 2 copper pieces.
I have been here for going on a decade now. I am quite well known, and I know this place quite well. Is there anything perhaps that you seek?
I'm looking for something good to drink and something that can get me famous.
Well, if it's something good you wish to drink, you could perhaps check out the Hall of Horrors. The professor there, in addition to the horrors they have on show, also serves a mighty good brew, I will say. If you're looking to become famous, well, you're in no better place. You could speak to Isolde and become a performer yourself, if you have the know-how.
Know-how? What know-how would you require?
Well, perhaps you perform feats of great acrobatics or athletics. Perhaps you are powerful in the ways of magic, or perhaps you have
Play the
some
kazoo.
mysterious feature that nobody has seen before. Tell me.
Do you have like a strong man or something like here? Strength based?
Have you met our gatekeeper, Hermos?
I saw 2 big widows at the end, and that's it.
He is quite the strong man.
But will he give me fame if I beat him?
If you could beat him, that would be very impressive indeed. He has been known to lift up the mightiest of weights with ease.
Interesting.
It is a particular feature of one of the shows in the Big Top.
Balazar says thank you and just keep Pandos. Make a plan.
Okay. So, Tyndall the Barker is happy to, as long as you tip him every now and then, he is happy to guide you to any of the sideshows or to any of the main features. He can also answer a variety of general questions you may have about any of the performances or any of the shows that are available.
Excuse me, Trundle.
Tyndall.
Have you seen Trundle? Have you seen? There's a person. They're pink, and they're small, and they're small.
And they've got hair. Don't forget
they
that.
got hair.
I was told details are important. They've got hair.
And
Now,
eyes.
You guys have met Arabeth before, and so you have a pretty decent description of her. Give me a. Why don't we call this a persuasion or we'll call it persuasion to give. This will determine the aptness of your description of Arabeth. Persuasion or performance?
Yeah, persuasion. I think I clicked it. Oh, jeez, that was loud. 23. But
23. Yeah. Your description amongst yourself, and yourself is actually pretty good. For there are details that you forget once that you remember again, and by the end of it, you have described this small pink person with hair to the point where Tyndall scratches his chin and goes, "You know, I have spotted someone like that around the carnival. It was fairly recent, and I believe in addition to visiting the sideshows, they also spent time in the market and in the Hall of Horrors. In fact, I'm pretty sure they were keen to see everything the show had to offer. They've gone missing, you've said?
yes, she's a naughty little pink skin. Her parents said, "No, you cannot go to the festival." And she snuck out in the middle of the night.
Oh,
and
dear.
came here anyway. Naughty.
I have to be honest. This seems like if she's missing, this seems like something you would want to take up with Isolde. She is, in addition to being our leader, she is the carnival's form of law as well. She is our caretaker, and so if something has gone wrong, she is the person to speak to. So perhaps it would be wise for me to take you to her.
I think so. You're now the 11th person to tell us to speak to her.
You have a lot of fingers, you know that. And Tyndall will nod and say, "Well, after me then." And he will lead you in a meandering stroll past who he describes as Alti the Werehair, who is currently...
Bianca takes a very wide berth as they go past.
Yep.
And starts muttering to herself again. No, I can't.
Alti the Werehair is currently rapping while breakdancing in humanoid form.
Did he lose himself?
Sorry?
Did he lose himself in the music?
You know what? Good question. Give me an insight check.
Sure, why not?
Absolutely middle of the road, 12.
He might have. But it seems like perhaps this is a performance he has performed many a time.
Excellent.
Next, you go past Amelia the Vampire, this pale, pallid woman standing on her stage with her leathery back wings. And she's really... she's quoting prose and poetry and that sort of thing. Very pale, very somber. Flapping her leathery wings about... And then, if none of you takes interest, he moves on.
He would just like to reach out and stroke one of the wings.
Stroke one of the wings? Excuse me, what are you doing?
Hi.
Hello. Be careful, my dear. A vampire is known to bite. And she smiles with a broad, toothy grin, and you can see the two fangs in there. Give me a perception check.
Perception check.
Just don't buy them from Wish, Lucienne.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20?
Dirty 20.
While the leathery bat wings seem genuine, the teeth perhaps not as real. And you notice that perhaps her pallid figure is more due to the makeup she's wearing than morbidity, so to speak. You notice when you touch her wing, it's a little bit warm.
Behind the sleeve. I think you're as much of a vampire as I am a tall person. Gives him a wink. And continues to walk with the rest of the group.
She watches you
Imposter, Bianca calls out to her as they walk past.
As she watches you go, Tyndall takes you past Charlotte the Fire Eater, and as Charlotte is juggling her flaming knives and other deadly objects, a heckler in the crowd shouts something like, "Show us a real trick!" And she says, she doesn't say anything, but she casts her hand out and flame gouts out and singes this heckler's eyebrows.
Smells like feet and eggs.
Tyndall tells you that Charlotte's blood is flammable, and she's burned the hair off 18 hecklers just this month.
Only 18.
Cool.
She's very restrained. From there, you find yourselves coming up to the big top. And off to one side is a little stall where you can purchase tickets. And Tyndall says, we have several shows a day, and they are each 2 silver, and that is the general rule of thumb for both the Big Top and the Hall of Horrors. For now, however, the next show will be in an hour or so. For now, however, come and meet Isolde. And he takes you inside the Big Top, and off at one end is a... So you come into this huge tent with a series of rows of seats surrounding a dirt-floored center. And in the center rise multiple columns that support the Big Top tent, and coming off of those columns or posts are ropes and pulleys, and there's nets, and it's clear that this stage is set up for any number of acrobatic performances, and they probably could fill a crowd of perhaps 100 to 200 people easily. And Tyndall takes you towards the back of the Big Top, and as you're walking across, you walk over a series of open grates in the floor just below the dusting of dirt, and you walk past a number of platforms where either people or animals might stand, and you walk between some curtains at the back of the Big Top into some private quarters. And in these private quarters are cushions and furnishings that indicate a significant degree of wealth, but also a significant degree of Spartanism. Whoever lives in this place has minimal waste. Everything is there for a purpose, but it is of the highest quality, and everything is furnished in expensive embroidery and gilding, and it just speaks of someone who is has everything they need, the best they can get, but not a thing more. And there is a large ornate desk behind which sits a dark figure. This woman has tall, pointed ears, more so than an elf, and as she leans back, her feet up on the desk, you can see across her lap is a long, slim blade that glows with a red energy to it. And as she looks up, Tyndall says, "My lady Isolde, we have some guests here who are looking for a missing person. They who are you, by the way? Where have you come from? What has brought you here?"
Well, like here and there and everywhere, and our feet brought us here. Yeah, feet. Yeah.
Isolde from behind the desk sets her feet down and says, "The carnival is not a good place for people to go missing. Can you tell me a little bit more about who they are and how long they have been missing for?"
Well, they're a small person, a tricksy small person. Their mum and dad said, "No, you cannot go to the carnival." And then they waited until their parents were asleep, and they ran away, and they came here. And so their parents said to us, "Can you find the naughty pink thing?" And so we're here looking for the naughty pink thing with hair and eyes. And it's small.
As my esteemed colleague has stated, the family is missing their daughter, who had a draw to this facility, and has not been seen since. We have been requested to see if we can find her.
Isolde frowns and says, "I will help you, but there is a limit to what I can do. The carnival, you see, is cursed, as it were. We have been here but a little while, and perhaps this is the indication that we need to move on. For if we stay in one place for too long, then the things that follow us tend to bring despair and ruin to the towns and villages nearby. We are mist wanderers, as it were. We wander the realms of Ravenloft and bring what joy we can. If this girl has gone missing, then perhaps it is an indication that evil has found us yet again. I can close the mists for a time. That will ensure that no one can come or go until your search is complete.
Any
You talk about being
assistance?
cursed. How did you get cursed?
I inherited it. You see, I was once the master of another carnival. However, we had performed all there was to perform and entertained all there was to entertain. And I went looking for more until I came across this place. And the former owner, known as the Caller, shall we say, offered to swap with me. He took my carnival and I took his. Little did I know at the time that this place was cursed to have evil follow it wherever it goes. And so I have unfortunately inherited such a thing. I do my best to protect the carnival, but we cannot stay in one place too long, lest the evil catch.
Do you know
What?
evil
What
that is that
evil
follows you?
Follows you.
Evil takes many forms, and I can never know what sort of evil will be the next to show up. As long as I keep moving, the evils do minimal damage to our guests and the villages we visit. But if I remain in one place too long, then more of the evil descends upon us, and it takes many forms indeed. I will close the mists, and you will have free rein to search for your missing girl. Do not be surprised, however, if something has befallen her, for that is unfortunately the nature of this place. I do my best to protect it, but I cannot keep everyone from harm.
What sort of harm are we talking about?
Once it was... it could have been as something as little as imps. Pulling hair, stealing belongings. Once it was a basilisk turning people to stone. Another time the tent itself, the big top, turned out to be a mimic.
Oh, no.
Suffice it to say, it is not living anymore, and she smiles wryly as she holds up her blade. Nepenthe saw to that. But the evil can come in many forms, and while I can deal with a lot of it, oftentimes it is easier to move on than to remain where evil can continue to find us.
You're talking about your...
You cut out there.
Mm.
What kind of sword is it? You keep talking about her sword.
Nepenthe? Nepenthe was the belonging of the previous owner of the carnival. It mates out justice and executes the will of the owner of the carnival. It has a will of its own, however, and while I can close the mists for a time with its approval, it will want to move on eventually. And I am beholden to its wishes. They say it once belonged in the hands of a retired half-ogre who was a performer here at the Carnival, a sword swallower. But he died of old age, and the sword was inherited by the Carnival itself. Now it has fallen to me, and I believe it has found its match in me, for I seek justice and wish to protect everything this carnival holds.
Like the potatoes?
Especially the potatoes. But I often wonder if Nepenthe has an intent darker than mine.
Bacon.
Bacon is not darkness. Bacon is light.
No, bacon is darkness when you get the extra crispy bits. That's dark. Potato is light.
Isolde looks to Tyndall and says, Tyndall, would you be so kind as to guide these visitors as they look for the girl? I will make sure the mists are closed for now. And she holds up her blade, closes her eyes, and you see the blade glow with a suffused red light. And you don't see anything change. You're inside the big top after all, but you feel like everything has suddenly become more muffled around you, as if a blanket has been thrown over the carnival. I need to attend to my duties. I do have a carnival to run, but you have my blessing to continue your investigation free of obstruction.
Thank you, Isolde.
Thank you.
Thank you all day.
And Tyndall will lead you back through the big tent out the front. And he turns around and says, "So, what would you like to see first? The Hall of Horrors, would you like to speak with the sideshow hosts? Do you want to return to the market? We have a puppeteer as well. He's very impressive, by the way, very talented."
Where did you see the small pink one last?
Well, I last saw her at the Hall of Horrors. Professor Bacali runs a number of interesting things in there. We could go and have a chat with him.
Sounds like a good plan. I can try his drinks too.
Okay.
Thank you, Tranquil.
Tyndall leads
Bianca
you
will sort of
to... Go on.
Bianca will sort of lean down to Tyndall and just go, "There's no bunnies, right? No bunnies?"
Not that I've seen.
Good. See, told you. She turns and it's almost like she's talking to someone just to her left-hand side. See, told you, there's no bunnies. We're fine.
Tyndall leads you past the big top over towards the house, the Hall of Horrors. And as he goes by, you walk past a stage with a box set up and a window carved out of this box, and inside you see puppets on display, and there are a number of young people and adults alike watching this puppet show. that seems to be about, you paying attention for a moment, it seems to be about it's a satire of a group of adventurers stuck in a cursed land with a vampire lord, and they're running around on an adventure, slaying zombies and all sorts of things. And every now and then there is some satirical violence, and the kids in the audience all laugh as you walk past. And that's what you pick up at this stage. And Tyndall says, yes, Patrice is quite talented when it comes to the puppets, you see. It's possible that he has spotted your girl as well. We could speak to him next.
So I think talking to Parakeet at some point would be very good.
The House of Horrors, the Hall of Horrors, is a sizable, sinister tent. And heading through the main entrance, you are confronted by a large maze, almost, of taxidermied creatures, cabinets of curiosity, and peculiar specimens in jars, and the occasional true wonder. Professor Picali appears to be an older human gentleman with spectacles and a vest, and sort of gives you the persona of an academic. And he is just finishing leading some guests around the exhibits before they disperse and go wandering for themselves. And you overhear his last remarks being, and these are my pickled punks. And he's gesturing to a number of jars that look like, almost like horrible, malformed, half old, half young humans with a whole bunch of horrible features about them. Some of them have misshapen heads or feet or limbs. Some of them have horns or claws. But they all have something in common. Give me each of you looking in that direction can give me a perception check.
While she's looking, Ren will point to the jars and go, "Is old, is young."
Timothy
Perception
just heard the word
23.
pickles.
Nat 20.
And just
Pickles, nat
wandered
20.
over to the jars and was like looking at them longingly, whispering, "Pickles."
All right.
25.
Both I had 24 on both. So.
Amazing. You
10.
guys, your rolls are fantastic. Did I hear nat 20 as well?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that.
I've wasted my one.
Yep, there
Yeah,
you go.
same.
Looking at these jars, you note they have an oddly, eerily relatable appearance to the professor. Like, their forms are all disfigured and malformed and nasty, but they appear as if they could almost be related, or in some ways misshapen versions of the professor himself. He turns to look at you guys and says, Tyndall, have you brought me more visitors, I see? Tyndall says, well, yes, but also these visitors are special. They have permission from Isolde to undergo an investigation. They're looking for someone. perhaps you could give the professor more information than I. And Tyndall lets you guys take the lead.
We are looking for a young female human who, just trying to remember my notes here, who attended the carnival against the wishes of her parents and has not been seen since.
Oh dear. A runaway. Well, from your description, I have seen a girl of that nature. She did come in here. Yes, she was very curious about all sorts of things, especially my pickled punks. I'm quite proud of those, you know.
Are they tasty?
They're rather nasty, as it were. You wouldn't want one of them outside of the jar, I'm afraid. And as you're looking at them, you think you see one of them twitch.
They seem to be quite familiar to you.
Yeah. He says, well, that's because they come from me, you see. And I possess a rather unsettling secret. During my time as a researcher at the Bratislava Institute in Darkon, I was cursed.
Seems to be a commonality to this place.
Well, what is a carnival if not a home for misfits and strange occurrences, right? My worst impulses, my deepest, darkest desires, features, manifest themselves physically from my body. You see, I myself don't want any horrible nastiness, but we all have deep darknesses inside, and mine happen to take on physical form, growing from my flesh, as it were, into these horrible things. And I contain them in
So
these
why
brides.
pickles? Why not just put in bin, put in fire?
it's-
Why put pickles?
Well, then I wouldn't really have a house of horrors now, would I? They do occasionally escape, and I must speak to Isolde about that. It's really troublesome.
Spicy pickles. Mm.
Haunted pickles.
But I do my best to keep them in a state of preservation, as it were.
Do they reappear if you destroy them?
You know, I haven't really tried. However, my manifestations continue unabated, and so I must continue preserving them. If only to grow my house of horrors, after all.
How much for one jar?
You wish to purchase?
Yeah. I'm in on that too. Yeah.
I want to try the haunted pickles.
I want to watch.
Give me a persuasion check. This is.
Oh, we're good at that.
This is quite strange.
Somehow this has become an entirely food-oriented game now.
Timothy likes two things, potatoes and pickles. You put them out
Hey,
there.
if you've got to have a limited list of interests, I'd say you'd pick the two best.
Persuasion was a nat 1.
There you go.
One end of the scale to the other.
Womp, 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 womp.
You see a lump beginning to form under Professor Picaldi's sort of like he's developing a hunch, and he says, They're not for sale. Excuse me, I'm going to have to step away for a bit. Bathroom, you see. But I did see your girl in here, and she was quite fine and happy until she left. And I have not seen her henceforth. Goodbye. And he.
How long ago was she here?
A day or two.
Does he appear to be lying or
give me an
forced
insight check?
I don't know, but I've got a feeling a new pickle has joined the chat.
16.
16. He seems to be telling the truth, but he seems to be a little preoccupied at the moment. Like, he seemed genuinely wanting to help initially, and then a lump started to grow.
Due to talk of food.
Yep. But he before he left, he indicated within the last day or two he saw this girl.
Yeah.
As he leaves, can I do my quick swipe as a pair of little green hands just pull a jar of pickles into the jacket?
So your quick swipe, tell me how that... is that sleight of hand with advantage, or... What's the description of the feature?
As an object interaction on your turn, you can pull an item from your space into your coat or produce an item from your coat.
Okay.
Has to be smaller, but I'd say sleight of hand.
You can
You
can absolutely do that. Give me a sleight of hand with advantage because the professor is understandably.
Oh, nat 20! One extreme to the other.
Several
Don't talk,
hands...
just grab.
Yep. Welcome to D&D, folks.
Yep.
Several hands shoot out of your jacket, and as you're walking by, and a number of different jars of different sizes pop off the shelves, and there is a discernible clinking coming from inside the jacket now. So yes, you have...
Bianca will look at Timothy once the professor's out of view and just go, I hope you're going to share those.
Oh, yes. Little party later.
Noticeably, you grab...
How many pickles?
So you grab two small jars containing almost lizard-sized objects and shapes within them, like one jar with a single form within it, and then one jar with multiple little bulbous things inside that shift and squirm uneasily, and one sort of larger jar that has a curled up, almost fetal form of what looked to be the professor, but it had like misshapen hooves and horns, almost like a satyr style sort of thing. All very tasty, I'm sure. From there, Tyndall asks, he did not observe your jar picking, by the way.
My jar heist.
He says, well, the professor seems somewhat occupied. Where would you like to go?
You mentioned that Parakeet was potentially a useful person to speak with.
Patrice, the puppeteer.
Yes,
well,
that's what I said.
The many of the youth who come here are often entertained by the puppeteer. I'm sure if this girl was anything like normal children, he would have seen something.
Can Ren's try and sniff out any remnants of the child whose name I completely remember, but just can't pull to the front of my brain right now because I've got pickles on the brain now?
Yeah, so you're looking for the scent of Arabeth?
Yes, I'm going.
Okay. Yeah, give me either investigation or perception or even survival if you wish.
Yeah, with a +7 to both survival and perception, let's go survival.
Okay.
Do. Please hold the line. Rolling. That is a natural 14 for a total of 21.
Okay. Sniffing around, your senses. You're familiar with Arabeth's scent, having been to her home, examined some of her things, and being in her presence previously. And you do pick up that her scent is faintly lingering in this place amongst all of the brines and the pickles and the other odd scents in here, formaldehyde and things like that. You do pick up her scent.
I got her. This place smells great. Needs more potato. Yeah.
And I'm just going to keep like sniffing around, Bear in the Big Blue House style, to try and.
You
So-
can find carrot meth? Yeah.
Yeah.
Carrot meth, the new hottest drug on the streets. Her scent does. It's not as though you can follow a trail and know, oh, she was heading this way or that way. You know that she was in the Hall of Horrors at one stage.
Cool. Yeah, she was here.
Knowing that you have her scent, and knowing that you're going to speak to Patrice next, would we like to take a short break here because I need the bathroom? Are you guys happy with that?
Sounds
Yeah.
like a plan.
Okay, so
Sure.
we will be back in 10 to 15 minutes, everybody. Until then, enjoy your break. Hiya! And welcome back, everybody. We are back in business. When we last left off... When we last left off, you had just spoken to Professor Picali and confirmed that Arabeth was here within the last day, and that she had been inquisitive and around, and herself. You picked up her scent, and you decided that your next course of action would be to speak to Patrice the puppeteer.
Now,
So-
quickly before we head off, is there anything to drink beside the pickles in his House of Horrors?
As a matter of fact, you do see along one end of the tent there is a long bench behind which there are a number of barrels, and it is self-evident, despite Picali being absent at the moment, that there are taps for what appear to be there are taps for whatever alcohol is in each of the barrels. So should you wish to sample it, you can.
Sure, why not?
It can't hurt, right?
I mean, it's not like we've got anything else to do.
Go ahead.
I mean, she shut down the entry and no one can leave, so...
Yep.
That's true. And in fact, you noticed when you were outside the big top that around the edges of the carnival now is that mysterious mist that was around you guys before. Except that the mist is filled with eerie, colourful lights and distant music, which sounds almost as if there were other carnivals beyond.
Good.
Roll me a D100, please, for sampling the...
94.
Is that everyone who's sampling?
Anyone who's sampling can take a cup
D100.
and sample a beverage.
Let's do this.
Indeed. There's cups there, right? It's not BYO cup.
No, there are cups there.
Nothing like drunk party.
68.
Five.
So, Balasar, you select a barrel, and the liquid that comes forth is pink with flecks of white, and the odor is sweet. The vapors are light, and when you sip it, it tastes almost like a fruity tea. You give it about a minute thinking, oh, there's nothing special about this, it's just a tea. And then it hits you. Bam. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh dear.
17.
A wave of vertigo threatens to overwhelm you, but you force it down as you realize this tea, whatever it is hella strong.
Like, whoa.
Like, we're talking like Olympian levels of alcohol content in this thing, all in the flavor of a tea.
Dang. That's some good shit.
Who else tasted? What did you roll?
Bianca got 5.
5. The barrel you pour from produces a. I'm sorry, I'm reading. This turpentine is a wonderful vintage, almost worth the blindness that follows. The liquid that pours forth is thick and dark, almost syrupy like molasses. It holds no discernible odor, and upon tasting it, leaves a dark mustache stain on your upper lip. The flavor is bitter and yeasty, almost like it reminds you of a spread that the Drow use in the Underdark for their toast. Yep, it's Vegemite.
Yum yum.
And what did you roll, Timothy McTallperson?
I rolled 68.
68.
Almost nice.
Okay.
Almost.
68. You pour out. Are you just having 1 cup or 3?
1, and we're going to fight over it.
All right. You pour out 1 cup of a foamy golden brew. And upon tasting what doesn't get spilled in the fight, it is a heady, bubbly, tangy ale that gives you obscene amounts of gas, and you find yourself burping almost uncontrollably.
At least it's not bottom gas.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to be very unpleasant for the two hanging out.
I suppose that that depends on how well you can keep your mouth shut.
The cup disappears into the coat as the face on top just pulls just passes the mug down.
Anyone else?
I got 80.
80. You pour forth what resembles at first sand, sparkling, glittering sand, only it flows like a liquid. And when you taste it, your mouth, once it touches your tongue, begins to fizzle and pop in sweet little bursts of flavor. And it's almost as if there is a musical cacophony going on inside your mouth. Pop, 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 pop.
Ren just kind of stands there with about a million expressions going over their face, a different one with each of the pops, like confusion, excitement, joy, nervousness. Looks over at the shuffling of the cup down to the next person that's going on in the coat, gets distracted by the pops again, and then sticks their tongue out and just starts scraping at it.
There you go. Popping rocks. Anyone else, or are we heading on? Okay. So you guys proceed out of the tent.
Can't hear you, Cole.
Give us a test 1-2, Chris. Yeah, you're muted at the moment. Not on Discord. Oh, there we go.
There we go. I rolled a 32.
32. The barrel you pick exudes a warmth when you draw close to it. The liquid inside appears, as it comes into your cup, appears a harmless, deep, rich, sort of yellow, amber color. Upon imbibing, however, you get a strong, peppery taste that develops into a searing heat. And for the next minute, steam wafts from your ears and nostrils.
I was going to attempt to blow smoke rings.
Give me a performance check.
18.
Pardon? 18?
18.
You can indeed blow fantastic smoke rings for the next minute. Very entertaining.
Excellent.
And seeing everyone else is partaking, 80.
80. I think you also get the popping rocks. And they fizzle and pop in your mouth. And
Yeah, I might roll again. What the hell?
there we go.
Just to get something different.
Yeah, let's do it.
9.
9.
Where have we got?
Deciding against the popping rocks, you go to another barrel and you pour forth a crystal clear liquid. And as it fills your cup, it swirls, and it's almost as if there is the glimmer of stars in it. When you drink it, it numbs your tongue, and you don't get any sense of flavor from it. However, you do smell an aroma of lavender.
Okay.
There you go.
Tries to talk.
That's the most sense you've made all day. It's great. Yeah, I agree, buddy.
Heading out back into the carnival, you can see around the edges the mist looming with its lights and its colours and its music. You can see that the most recent puppet show has finished. What do you want to do?
Where is Patris?
Heading over, Tyndall knocks on the stage and says, Patrice, are you there? And a voice from the back says, just a minute. And popping up onto the stage is a puppet. Hello. What can I do for you? It's a little puppet of what looks to be a commoner, like a villager.
How big is this puppet?
Hand size.
A little hand comes out of the cloak, strokes it again.
It's the puppet looks at you quizzically.
What is this? It's a small person.
Are they pink?
I'm Patrice. How can I help you? I have another show to get ready for, so
Patris is made of cotton?
I'm a puppet. Patrice is my master. And mine too. Another hand pops up.
No, we want to speak to Patris, not the fluffy people.
They're multiplying.
Anything you have to say to Patris, you can say to us.
I'll look over to Tyndall with the quizzical expression and ask, is this usual?
Patris is very secretive, but truth be told, I don't think any of us have met him in person.
I'll speak to the hands and say, we're looking for this little girl named Arabeth with pink and hair. Have you seen her? She was last seen in the House of Horrors.
A little girl, you say? What are you? Adventurers? Investigators?
Just trying to get her. She's a runaway, so just trying to get her back to her family.
I am a tall person.
The puppet sort of looks you up and down. You do seem quite tall.
Yes.
And what of the rest of you? The puppet looks at... One of the puppets looks at Bianca and says, you seem a little different from the rest.
Perhaps.
In fact, all of you seem quite strange, quite unique. Do you have special powers or talents?
Yeah.
Kazoo.
Guess everyone has different talents and powers. Even you.
Interesting, interesting. Third hand pops up. Well, I have seen the girl of whom you speak. I think last time I saw her, let me think. I know she wanted to see a show at the Big Top. So,
No, we've been there. Not there.
I could ask around if you guys meet me at the Big Top before the next show, I could have some information for you.
Okay. What's the price?
The price? Oh, well, you just have to show me some of your cool talents.
I mean, that seems pretty okay, but when's your next show?
Well, my next show isn't until later tonight. However, the next Big Top show is in an hour or so.
Okay.
Great. That'll give me time to ask around and see what I can do.
How will we recognise you? By your stage?
Well, let me worry about that.
But how can we meet you if you don't know how you look?
You know enough to know me when you see me. And,
We will look for puppets.
The heads just disappear. One at a time. Well,
Right,
that was
so-
interesting, says Tyndall.
So we have an hour to kill.
I guess we're going to go to that
Chives.
Market?
huggable hole thing.
Huggable.
The
The Hall of Horrors is where you just were.
Yes, that's where we got the pickles. We got the pickles.
The missing memories, right?
I was speaking to Chives.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I forgot.
all right. Well, then Tyndall will take you back to the market where you can find a peddler who is selling what they claim to be lost memories. This peddler is a short humanoid with pointed ears and hair the color of fire. And they have on the table before them a number of little vials with various colors and hues to them. And this little person says,
Step right up, step right up. If you need some lost memories, I'm your guy. It doesn't cost you very much, I promise.
What is not much?
Oh, you know, maybe you could give me your vowels, or you could give me some of your dreams, or maybe you could give me your ability to count.
Would you like something
Can I
else?
give you my self-respect?
I need something that's worth something, you know?
Look, okay. So how do we know that these are working? You can just tell us one thing and it doesn't work, but we lose what we give you.
Trungle here, he said that it's all hogwash.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Trungle seems like a smart man.
I am a fae, and I would never lie about a deal.
Well, I have pickles. They're person pickles. They're not just normal pickles. I have a little bag of sand.
give me a persuasion check.
Because you're doing well on those recently.
I have actually though, like. I'm getting lost in the windows. Oh! Yeah, well, you know, this is what you get for being sassy. I got a nat 20.
Holy moly.
Whoa! Another one.
I know. It's because of the lucky ring 50-cent coin.
The
Ah.
peddler furrows their brow and says,
Pickles. These aren't, Picali's pickles, are they? Hmm?
Yes.
I've been trying to get my hands on some of those for a while. They're his worst impulses. I'd absolutely trade you a lost memory for a jar of those.
Okay.
I've got some fresh stock in as well.
Okay. Well, we are looking for a small pink person with hair and eyes who has gone missing, and so we want some memories to help us track down this tricksy little child.
Let me see what I can find you. This batch came in just recently, and he holds up 3 vials. And he says, but these are very precious, and I'll give you 1 for the pickles. I'd be happy to give you the rest for other things as well.
1 for 1 jar of pickles.
Yes?
My jar is bigger than that vial. This is not a fair trade. I could fit 3 of those vials inside this jar, even with the pickles.
It's not the size, it's how you use it.
Bianca will just pull out a holy symbol. I'm like, well, I don't need this anymore.
What is it?
Religious folks use it for power.
I mean, I've seen holy symbols. Is it special? Is it, does it have any memories of its own?
I stole it from some rabbit folk.
Give me a persuasion check.
Um, 15 plus persuasion. Where are we? 16 total.
Okay, I can give you another memory for that. If you want the last one, it's gonna have to be worth my while, though.
Well, I'd like to try and imitate it. Maybe do imitation on him to give us for free. Like trading him for it.
You wanna intimidate him?
Yes.
Okay. How are you intimidating him?
Walking up to him in my big high force and just looking down at him with a Venus glare as possible and just say, I'd like to try that one for free.
All right, go ahead and roll intimidation.
16.
16. He eyes you up and down, and he says,
You know what? I don't like you very much, but I like your style. Okay, you can have all three. For the pickles, for the holy symbol, and for the color of your hair.
he looks at Balasar.
But my hair is the one that distinguishes me from the rest of my people.
Yes, it is.
So you cannot have it. We can have some of it, but you can't have it all.
Deal.
And
take a handful of my hair and chop off with my axe.
and you notice where you chop it off, the hair changes to a white, and at the base, roots where you cut it as well, it turns white. So there's a white streak. And he will hand over the 3 small vials of memories.
I give him one of the small jars of lizard person pickle.
Okay. And the holy symbol.
Yep.
So from there, what do you guys want to do?
Bianca will drink the potion. The vial
All
she
right.
was given.
I'm still hesitant. So I'm just watching what happened to the other two.
Yeah,
Down the hatch.
Top Timothy would like to drink the potion.
So
Ren would like to steal another potion.
Oh,
Ooh.
give me sleight of hand.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That would be a 15.
Oh, fumsick.
Distracted by the new goods that he has received, this merchant has not noticed you subtly take a 4th vial. So who's drinking? Who drinks first is the question. All right.
I think Bianca will.
Yep. Bianca drinking one of these vials. It's not as if you're drinking a liquid. It's more like you put the vial to your mouth and you feel a chill come over your brain. And then suddenly you remember walking through the carnival. You remember getting your you remember laughing at a juggler who was juggling flames. You remember seeing a small human girl who resembles Arabeth walking amongst the crowds, looking at the different shows. And then you remember getting your hair singed off and everyone laughing at you.
She will instinctively rub her scalp where she's got a patch of scalp missing, and you can see her skull on the right side of her head.
Who's the second person to drink?
Top Tomothy.
Top Tomothy?
Topathy.
Tomothy? Alright. Top Tomothy. When you drink, you feel these spikes of ice shove into your eyes and into your skull. And this chill runs down your spine. And then you remember... looking at a creepy clown go past, playing a barrel or organ of some kind, and you remember stepping in a puddle of goo and going to clean off your shoes, and when you clean off your shoes, while you're cleaning off your shoes behind one of the tents, you spot a human girl, Arabeth, slipping into you spot Arabeth slipping into the big top tent. And then you continue cleaning off the muck on your shoes. Who takes the third?
Well, I'll ask the other two what happened when they took the potions.
My head hurt a little bit. Felt like ice bit tickly on the spine, and then I remembered, that strange clown man with the weird critters? Well, he walked past, and then I stepped in a puddle of goo, and then I saw Gary Ben, and he went inside it went inside the tent, the big one, the big tent, and then I cleaned my shoe.
Oh, I saw her. Same thing, head hurt, but then the memories, like the juggler, the flaming juggler bloke. She went past him. And then the last thing I remembered was my hair being singed off.
Okay, interesting. So she stepped in poo and got her hair burned. Or singed.
No. I got my hair burned. She walked off.
I stepped in poo. She went with my tent. It's like memories from different person, and you're looking through their head. You see their head, and then they see her.
They saw her. That's
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't step in poo.
Who drinks the third vial?
I'll do it. I'll take a gift.
Drinking the third vial, you feel as if you have eaten far too much cold ice, and your brain feels frozen. And then as the chill fades, you remember watching the puppet show and laughing along until, and you spot out of the corner of your eye a girl who has the same features as Arabeth sneaking behind the stage, the puppet stage. And then
I'll pass.
the puppets continue to laugh. The puppets continue their show, and you get carried off in laughter.
Okay, I'll pass on that. As remember, you said they saw Airbed going behind the puppeteer's tent.
Harry,
I knew it.
she's a sneaky little child. Sneaky.
So she's been everywhere that we have.
Mm-hmm. What about the fourth vial? Are you interested in consuming that?
Well, having heard that or seen that everyone tasted theirs and appears to have no ill effects, Ren's going to go turn her back to the merchant and just go.
And your head explodes.
So long, folks. It's been great.
You feel a chill run through your body as if you're stuck in a blizzard or a freezer. And then your memories come back to you as you remember the big top tent after a show. And you remember being inside and the show's finished and everyone's departed, but you stuck around and you at the center you decided to check out the floor itself, envisioning what it would be like to perform here. And then you feel stickiness on your shoes, and there's goo covering them, and then there's goo covering you, and then everything goes dark.
Uh-oh.
What?
Goo's bad, right?
Depends on the goo.
I mean, if it's all over you and then it all goes black, I'd say it's bad, right?
Like the goo goes black?
Covers
No,
your
you
eyes.
go black. You, I don't know. So I had a memory in the big tent and do, I'm pretending to juggle. Yeah, whoa, it's great. And then goo, and then nothing.
Mr. Garlic. Chives. How do you gather memories? I am beginning to
Talking
get
to me?
suspicious. Yes.
Oh, I'm afraid that's a trade secret. I can't reveal that.
That's for another jar of pickles. Or a bag of teeth.
He says, "There's no way you could convince me to reveal how I procure my memories."
But okay. But are the people whose memories we see, are they okay? Are they still guttling about?
I don't know. Listen, I just sell the memories. Where they come from is not necessarily up to me.
Maybe the goo is bad.
What goo?
Is goo bad?
Oh, it's a trade secret. We can't tell you.
I'll be avoiding any goo for the foreseeable future.
Do you have any places here with goo in general?
I don't know. I just run the stall.
Well, I'm sure you run the store, but you hear things or see things
You
when you're
live
collecting
here.
trade secrets and such.
I mean, the closest thing to goo that I know of is the professor's jars of whatever. The Hall of
No,
Horrors?
not gooey enough.
Professor Barocca's pickles are not goo. They're pickles.
Hmm.
Particularly helpful, are you?
I mean, not really.
Nothing if not honest.
I mean, if you want to buy something, I'm happy to help, but
We just bought something.
and
Where's your
you
customer service?
got what you paid for.
Okay. I think we have to go back to the big stripy tent.
Look,
Follow the goo.
follow the goo.
Do we still have Tinder with us, or whatever his name was?
Tinder.
Tinder?
Trungle.
Yeah, he's like, he says, how can I help? What did you find? What do you need?
Goo.
Is it?
Goo!
Goo?
Yeah, what do we have goo in here?
We don't have any goo in here. I don't have... None of our people have goo. Goo?
None of your acts have goo?
No.
Strong theme of goo. We had 2 goo-based memories.
There was goo on the ground here, and there was goo in the big tent.
Do you remember whereabouts where you stepped in it on the ground? Did your memory come back for that?
Well, no. I was somewhere close by the big tent. Yes, because I stepped in the goo, and then I was starting to wipe the goo off my shoe. That rhymes. And then I saw Mary Greg move into the tent. And that was it.
It appears all goo points towards the big tent, as you said.
We are hot on the trail of big tent goo.
Yep.
You think it'll be tasty?
Did we hear that?
We can try it.
I'm gonna go find some goo.
That'll be fun.
Go on toast. Yes.
Yes.
So you guys head back to the big tent then.
Yes.
Yes.
We look for goo.
How long has it been since we left the puppeteer?
You could finagle around if you want. Otherwise, we can, like, if you're wanting to look for goo, Bianca, we can do that.
Sure, we'll go look for goo.
Well, it seems like goo is a topic of conversation at the moment.
Okay.
We've
Give
moved
me,
on from potatoes. Now we're looking for goo.
If you guys are looking for goo, then give me investigation checks. This will represent your wandering around the carnival looking for goo.
Investigation
4.
is a 17 plus
23.
ooh
23.
21.
21.
18.
18.
20.
20. Oh my gosh. Another nat?
2 nat 20s.
Alrighty. So
Wow.
Balasar, you find some sticky brown stuff that could be goo. Smells like very unpleasant, and it seems to be chunks of corn in it.
No!
The rest of you look around a little bit more efficaciously, and
Ignoring the corn.
that's right, ignoring the corn-laden goo piles, and as you're looking around, Cole, you notice that there are a few patches of what look to be pink slimy goo, just littered around on the grass and dirt throughout the carnival. You pick up that maybe there would be more trails if people weren't scattering this goo all over the place. In coordination with the rest of you finding some of this goo, Timothy McTallperson, your instincts point you towards a number of channels in the ground that seem to be for drainage and sewage and things like that. And it seems that there is a greater concentration of goo in those particular places.
The goo travels where the poo flows. Yes.
Ew.
I was going to lick it, but I'm not now, no.
No.
But yes, if you look where the grates are, where the things drain away and the poo flows, that's where the goo goes.
You also notice that some of the goo is pooled behind some of the stages of the performers. Incidentally, you also note that in this time when you guys had been at the markets away from the carnival, the performers seem to have gone on their breaks, and there's a bit of a lull.
Everybody goes on break at the same time. Poor management.
So when we're there, we got people performing, but when we go on breaks.
Seems like, and Tyndall says, "Oh, that's strange. They don't usually take their breaks all at once."
Suspicious.
And there's goo where they used to be, and now they're not there. There's goo. What if they are the goo? What if people are becoming goo?
Should we put them where the poo goes?
That's where the goo goes. Where the poo goes.
That's where the goo goes.
Goofy.
I asked him if he knows about the goo. If that's a normal thing.
No, I haven't seen it before, I swear.
Insight check.
You can give me an insight check, absolutely.
I swear, it's rude.
Maybe this is the evil that was following them.
Evil goo.
Or the reason why.
Holy crap sticks. So that's a natural 19 plus 7 for 26 on my insight check.
Tyndall is telling the truth in the sense that he hasn't seen this goo before and he doesn't know what it is. And as he's examining it, he says, "It smells like eggs." And now that he mentions it, you notice it as well. It smells like eggs.
Did it smell at all like the pink stuff that Thingamajiggity drank?
No.
No? Okay.
No, that was a pleasant tea smell.
Gotcha. Not egg tea. Got it.
As in raw eggs, or
as in sulphurous?
Right.
A small hand appears at the bottom of the trench coat, scoops a small amount of goo onto its finger, and then disappears. Bottom Timothy would like to taste the goo.
Sub Timothy.
Bottom Timothy can make me a wisdom saving throw.
roll, Shaggy. Oh,
Right
yeah.
roll.
That's right, my macros aren't. I need to do this manually. Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
Clickety clackety. Oh, we're not very good at wisdom. 9.
Would never have
9.
guessed it. Uh-oh.
Oh, Shaggy. I spy an evil grin on the DM's face. I know that look.
Bottom Tomothy takes 23 psychic damage.
Ouch. Ouch.
And
Has headache.
Can't remember what they were doing in the last 5 minutes.
Would you say that this would be enough cause for perhaps Bottom Tomothy to be a little bit confused about their physical arrangements?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. You hear a and Tomothy topples over, and a small goblin, sort of dressed in robes, looks around, very confused, and sort of twitches and walks off from the rest of the body. There is now a half-empty trench coat.
Good heavens.
I think your legs just wandered off.
Legcellent.
What's the rest of the body doing? Twitching on the ground, or?
They're on the ground. They're trying to get up. They're getting a little bit tangled up in the trench coat because now the trench coat's a little bit too big for just 2 goblins. So they're trying to get back up again and pretend like everything's cool, but they're a little bit tangled in their coat, and the beard as well. It's a bit cumbersome. It's a bit of a struggle.
Can I take the goblin that's confused and just shove him in one of the trench coat and just pile him together with my robe?
Sure, you can scoop up confused goblin and shove it back in the trench coat.
And tie the top and bottom together with a rope.
Well, that's up to the goblins, or the that's up to the torso and the arms as opposed to the.
For complicity.
You shove the confused goblin back under and go to bring out the rope. You hear the sound of a kazoo loudly play in protest as a foreign set of hands enter into their domain, and you feel a firm but gentle slap on your hand.
Okay.
No
that
pigskin.
haven't stuffed me before, so I'll keep trying.
Stop it.
So they start like slapping at you. There's 2 pairs of hands slapping at you.
I was like, oh, come on, it doesn't even hurt.
It doesn't.
Can barely feel it through my dragon scale. But I'll end up leaving it. Because don't want to annoy it.
Some hissing. A pair of eyes peer at you from beneath a beard.
Does
I'll take the rope and I'll tie outside the trench coat around all 3 of them so they don't fall apart anymore. But they can still get their hands out.
Restricted.
Yes.
So from here, what is your next move?
Ren would like to scoop up some of the pink goo in the vial that she drank the memory out of and just close it and put it in her pocket.
Well, I'll do something similar. I'll use it to draw at enemies.
All right, you scoop up a couple of vials of this pink goo.
And I'll ask Tyndall if he knows if Isildo, or whatever her name is, would know anything about the goo.
If Isolde might know you there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't
The
seen
old
it
one.
before. We could ask.
Might be good to see if she is Elku.
Hmm.
Alrighty.
Where would the entertainers have their break?
Normally in their personal tents.
Which I take it's behind the stage.
Yeah.
As we go past
We
one of
should
the
look.
stages, I'll just peer in one of the tents and see if I can see any.
You peer into one of the tents, and you do not see an actor or a performer. You peer into another. The performer is not there. You peer into a third. The performer is not there.
Tyndall, where else would they be?
I don't know. They should be there. Otherwise, they should be performing. This is all very strange, unless Isolde has called a meeting of some kind, but surely we would have heard about that.
I say we go back to Isolde and see if they finished dealing with their business and ask him about the pink goo.
Okay.
Mm?
Returning to the big top tent, you pass the front entrance and enter, and the space is empty, and you move towards the back, where as you do so, what's your passive perception, Ren? We'll say everybody. What's your passive perceptions?
10.
14.
14.
Okay.
17.
17. You all, except for Balasar, you all notice as you're moving over the center of the room, a strange eggy smell.
Smell that?
Start looking around. Is there the said pink goo around?
You don't see any pink goo. However, you determine that the odor is wafting up from below the floor.
Bren's going to kneel down and kind of... Is it like sand on the floor or that sort of a thing? Because Ren
it's
like...
straw and dirt, and as you move it away, you realize that it's all set over a large grate in the floor.
Yeah. Guys, I think I got something.
Cool. I'll go and see what she has found.
Yes.
Mhm.
Going down?
Go down.
So,
Going down.
in terms of the scope of this floor grate, it's not a single grate that you can pick up and move. It's more of this grate extends across 20 to 30 feet of the floor.
Uh-oh.
Do you want me to hack at it?
Is it like bolted down or like...
It's like it's as if the it's as if it's one very large tile set over a space.
Okay.
You don't know how deep it is. It's quite dark down there. Those of you with dark vision can determine that it's almost like a huge well of some kind.
I'll grab one of my copper coins and I'm just going to drop it down the grate and see if we can hear like an echo on the bottom or something like that to give us an indication of how deep it is.
It takes about 6 seconds before you hear a bloop.
Ooh.
As you guys are examining this, you hear a voice come from behind you, and you see at one of the platforms. Hey guys. One of Patrice's puppets has popped up.
Oh, hi.
What you doing?
Fly fishing for trout in the Sahara Desert. What about you?
What is it? What is Sahara?
I don't know. It just sounded good.
And he says, I really don't think you should do that. Hey, I asked around, and there's no clue of your. There's no clue as to where your girl could have gone.
Why shouldn't we do this? And Bianca points to the grate.
Probably not a good idea. I mean, you don't know what's down there.
That's the point.
Do you?
Across the other side of the room, in one of the stands, another puppet pops up. I have a pretty good idea.
Do you want
How
to
many
share?
of you are there?
Well, that depends on your perspective.
I have 3.
From the main entrance, where you guys just came from, steps in a couple of the performers. Amelia the Vampire, Charlotte the Fire Eater, and Celesta the Snake. They enter the big top and sort of stand there, barring the entrance. You see, there are quite a few of us, but there's also just us. And over by one of the other stands, actually up the top of one of the posts, you see Alti, the werehair, peek down over above, and he says, yes, there are many of us, but one of us. We're all one and the same now. And then from the other end, where Isolde's office is, you see, stepping out of the office, you hear the music of the organ barrel, and the clown comes out with his little animal friends. And one of the puppets says, Isolde won't be interrupting us. No, we have all the time in the world just to ourselves. And
while they're doing all the talking and such, I'll use my divine sense.
Yeah, go for it. Your divine sense smells these horrible eggs as if they're amplified by 1,000. And it's originating from this deep, dark hole beneath the big tent. You see, you have very interesting talents and abilities, and we just really want them all to ourselves. And with your passive perception of 17, was that Ren? You notice that trailing behind each of the performers is a thin stream of pink goo.
Oh, guys, you all stepped in the poo goo. You shouldn't have done that. Gross. You're gonna smell like eggs for weeks now.
And with that, they say, the girl you're looking for, she doesn't really have anything interesting about her, but she did make a nice piece of bait to lure some brave adventurers such as yourselves into my domain.
Uh-oh.
I feel like we're staring at a big mimic.
I could let her go if you guys decided to stay with me instead. Join us. Join us. Join us. Join us. Join us.
I'll say, but if I do that, I will not be famous and renowned around the world. So that's a no from me.
And who's going to take the small pink one home if we stay?
Oh, you won't have to worry about that.
How do we know you won't be tricksy?
Oh, you don't have to worry about that.
Well, I do. You're made of goo.
And I want you notice that the smell with your divine sense is getting much stronger, and you see the pink goo beginning to flow up from the floor. And I would like each of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh dear.
Okay. I need to.
Now this is we can see this happening, can't we?
It is visible, yes.
So yes, I have advantage.
Dexterity. It's a nat
Thank goodness for
20,
that.
even if I do minus, I think, 2 or 3 from my proficiency, because I am 3 goblins in a trench coat, and thus dexterity is not my strong suit. It is still a natural 20. This is ridiculous. I've never rolled this.
That's quite
in my
impressive.
life.
Yeah.
The 3 goblins together are more dexterous than the elf.
Apparently.
He's gonna get you.
Literally have
actually-
never rolled this good in my life. I think I'm just like catching up on all the ones I've been rolling
Yeah.
across the last 10 years.
I had a net 1, so...
Oh dear.
I got an 8.
Bianca got a 18.
Who got an 8?
Ren.
Ren?
Cole rolled a 26.
Woof!
Cole moves quick.
Cole, what is Timothy's score with her nat 20? Their nat 20.
So the nat 20 would be 20 18 technically, because I'm not
18.
I have to remove my
What was
proficiency.
Bianca's?
18.
18. So Timothy, Cole. What did Thurin get?
9.
Thurin. And Balasar got a 1. Alrighty. Hang on, that wasn't for your initiative. That was for dexterity saving
Dex.
throws. All right.
Yep.
Anyone who roll. So Thurin, Ren, and Balasar, you guys are grappled, while Timothy and Cole, you guys managed to, and Bianca, you guys managed to leap atop platforms and out of the way as this pink goo wells up through the floor. And you realize that there is this massive form below you seeking to entrap you. So I would like you guys to roll initiative now. And Thurin, Ren, and Balasar, you guys will be starting. Grappled.
Do you want us all to roll in the Roll20 if you're using a turn tracker?
I'll be writing it down.
Okay.
I rolled 10 with pluses and such.
10?
10 total.
Ooh,
11.
that's a 20 total for Bianca.
Okay.
7 for Thurin.
All rolled a 23.
23.
I rolled a nat 1 for 3.
At least there's that one initiative.
Thomas,
Yeah.
did you roll an
You're
11,
well
Thomas?
And you're already grappled, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Tomothy, was that an 11?
Yes, 11.
Tomothy. Okay. Then we have Clown. We have Vampire. We have Snack. We have
Nick.
Firebender. And we have... yes. Were-rabbit. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Tyndall's like, I don't really want to be here. This kind of sucks. And before we start combat, it'll be Cole and Bianca. I'm just going to pop to the bathroom. So have a think about how you'd like to address this situation as these circus performers apparently are closing in on you with their obscure weapons and their eggy smell.
I'd just like to say that I have 3,000 ball bearings. And 30 caltrops.
I have heat metal. Can I heat up the ball bearings and we throw them at people?
Yes. I also have 2 hunting traps and some manacles. I spent my coin wisely.
I think I've got another 2,000 ball bearings, so we have like 5 frag grenades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got lots of ball bearings. And
I didn't buy anything handy.
If chat has any ideas, help!
Yeah, we have we've got 5,000 ball bearings, 30 caltrops, a grappling hook, a set of manacles.
We have 2 sets of manacles.
Mm-hmm.
I have an oil flask.
I've got 10 oil flasks and candles.
I have a wooden stake.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to use my coins, so because it's
Same.
We've got an untuned loot.
We never went to the version, so didn't get a chance to buy shit.
Alrighty. So, Cole, you are first to act as there is this strange pink goo rising from beneath you. There are these performers all around you, and they seem to have and there are puppets sticking their heads out of places, and they seem to have a murderous intent. What I'll do is on our Roll20 here, so I can do this, boop, and people will be able to see the Roll20, and what I'll do. Oh, that's not the one. That's the one. People will be able to see the map as you guys see it. And we can draw our arena or our circus floor.
The big circular arena, isn't it?
Yep, like that. Okay, and then our stand, where people are standing. And then we've got our main entrance where you guys came from, and our back towards Isolde's room. And then we've got like columns and pillars across 3 areas with ropes and nets. But really, there can be a number of things around in the environment that are just part of a circus you would expect, and we don't have to add them so much as we can describe them. And I'll put a circle for the grate in the floor.
Yeah, I was just going to say, whereabouts is the grate?
There we
Okay.
go. So please place your characters where you...
When we jumped out of the way, would we have just jumped onto like the pillars and the nets in the middle?
Yeah, the pillars, the nets, the platforms. You can place yourself where you would like to be in this general vicinity. Can you see all your characters?
No.
I can see.
Okay.
So I can see
Balasar,
I can see those
Bianca,
3 on the screen
we've
now.
Got Timothy. Here's Uriam. Ren. Yep.
Say Bianca's outside of the goo, sort of about there.
We've got Balasar. Balasar's there, isn't he? Yes. We don't have Cole, so I will add.
I guess I'm the one with the blue icon.
I can drag in the token.
Yeah, let's stick in a token for Cole. Like this. Old King Cole.
How far across is this grate again? 20 or 30 feet, did you say?
Yeah, it looks to be about 30 feet.
Okay, cool.
Cole can have a sword. There we go. Represents. Is controlled by Cole. Save. Alright, so there's your characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who are we missing?
Myself. Thorin.
Thorin. Thorin, you can be the dead soldier. No, that's okay.
I'm getting off to a good start, I see.
Controlled by Thorin. There we go. Right, so there we go. And all of our... Yep, our Discord's still up. Good, good, good. Okay, so you've got a whole bubble of pink goo welling up in the centre, which would not be very good to stand on.
I didn't see the token turn up.
It should be there. Controlled by Thorin. Yep. Save. The
Maybe refresh your Roll20 browser.
Oh, no, I might have to do that for my one as well. Oh no, it's updated. Cool. I just have to switch between them. Alrighty. So we've got.
No, I still can't. Just refresh. Still can't see it. I can see.
Can you see the archer in the top left?
Yes.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't see that one turn up. No, it's fine.
Yep, cool. Okay, and so we have, in terms of villainous things to deal with, we have a firebender, we have an evil clown, we have a vampire, quote unquote, we have a were-rabbit rapper, and we have, that's it, I think, Snack Lady.
And puppets.
Oh yes, and puppets.
Puppets.
In terms of puppets, we'll do these. One in the middle, one over here, and one over here. There we go. Done.
Very goopy.
Very goopy, yes. And you notice that they all have this pink goo trail either leading out the door or back towards the pit. So, first to act is Cole. What are you going to do while this is all happening?
So, when the pink goo started coming up, Cole jumped up into the stands to avoid it, yes? Or just out of the way?
You can place yourselves anywhere within this arena. They haven't particularly tried to stop you setting yourselves up.
So I'll say Cole's about there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bianca would have just jumped out of the way over here.
I got caught in it, so I'll move in.
Yeah, if you got caught in it, then you're in the center circle. Cool.
This area that's not in the center grate, that's basically safe here for now?
Well, for now, there's no pink goo on it.
Okay. Well, Cole is going to... You move about here,
Mm-hmm.
and he will take a shot at one of the puppets, the one to the left, with his short bow.
Okay. Fire when ready.
That is a 24 to hit.
24 to hit will hit.
That is 8 damage.
8 damage. Alrighty. The puppet disappears in a puddle and a splat. And you hear the other puppet say, "That wasn't very nice."
That will end Cole's rather simple turn for now.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Bianca, you are up next.
All right. Bianca turns to over her right shoulder this time. She goes, "Yes, yes, I know. The rabbit is bad." And she will rage.
Mm-hmm.
That one off. And we will just going to stay well away from the pile of goo, and we've got movement speed, I'm assuming, is just 30. I know, okay, so 45 feet of movement. Bianca's going to come do her 45 feet of movement, and I'll throw a javelin at the were-rabbit up on the
pillar. Yep.
Up on the pillar, yep.
Easy peasy.
Where is my javelin? Here it is. All right, so that is a 21 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a...
That'll hit.
That is 8 points of damage.
Okay.
Because, yeah, my rage bonus is only on melee, I believe.
Yep, so you strike Mr. Were-Rabbit, and it was javelin, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This javelin goes sailing through the air and pierces him up on the column up above, and you watch as it sinks in, and no blood spills out. Instead, pink goo spills forth from the wound. Not cool. The lady with the flaming daggers, Charlotte, is going to throw a flaming dagger at Tomothy.
No.
So she's gonna move forward. Oh, you know what I need? I need this over here. There we go. So she's going to move forward, and she is going to throw her flaming dagger at Timothy. Hiya. 12. Does a 12 hit?
A 12 does indeed hit.
Does hit? Okay.
Yes.
Timothy, you're going to take 3 points of piercing damage.
Ah.
And 4 points of flame damage as you are singed.
As a reaction, I would like to cast Hellish Rebuke upon her.
Yeah.
I point a finger at her. The finger points out from below the buckle of the belt.
Okay, go ahead. What sort of damage does that do? Does she need to make a save?
Yes, she must make a dexterity saving throw.
She succeeds with a natural 19.
Okay, so... she'd take 3 fire damage as she is momentarily surrounded by hellish flames.
Even though she evades most of the fire, she flinches away as the flames singe her, and you hear all of the combatants in the room, including the puppets, also flinch and pull back slightly. From there, it is Amelia's turn. As a quote-unquote vampire with wings, she is going to grab a piece of netting, fly up, and attempt to drop it over top of Cole. So she'll make an attack roll. And that will miss, unfortunately. So Cole, you duck out of the way as a net falls from the sky and attempts to entrap you. From there, it is Timothy's turn. Timothy, you've been struck by a flaming dagger, is that right?
I have.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
I have. Timothy was going to let loose some ball bearings, but I think that might not work the way it wants to. Everybody has moved. I think Timothy might go for a classic, something that you would never expect a warlock to do. I think Timothy would like to cast Eldritch Blast at the at this horrible fire lady that set fire at him earlier.
Okay, good call, good call.
For a 12.
For a 12. Yep.
12 hits.
A 12 at the fire lady will not hit. No, I'm sorry.
Ah! Baklava.
No. Fire lady dances out of the way spectacularly.
Let's see if we've got any.
And then, do you want to move anywhere?
He will shift us around the pillar.
Okay. From there, it is Balasar. Balasar, you are currently entangled up in this pink goo that is gripping your ankles. And there is a hand puppet in front of you, talking trash. What would you like to do?
I will take out my battle axe, and then I'll use my stand ready, and then I'll use my cold breath to hit the hand and the pink stuff below my feet.
Okay, so you'd like to strike out at the puppet / the goo. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Yeah, no. That one.
That one?
Oh no!
So you take a swing and your blade gets stuck in the goo. It fastens itself in there. And you're going to need to pull it out with an action in order to release it.
Right. But I'll do that next turn.
Okay.
So can I use my bread weapon too?
Yes.
I'll use that to try and get the goo to let go, or hard enough so I can break it easier, if possible.
What sort of breath do you have?
Cold.
Cold.
You need to make a con save.
It needs to make a con save. It will make this with disadvantage because of the fire that affected it before and caused it to flinch. A natural 20 or a 17 plus 5, so 22.
Yeah. It needs to pass, 14?
Oh no.
It will take half damage of 2d6.
Okay. 2d6.
5 damage.
Okay. All right. Your breath coalesces and forms frosty crystals over its surface. However, in being off balance, majority of your breath doesn't quite make contact with the goo. From there, Thurin, you are also engulfed in this goo. What would you like to do?
Seeing everybody else react to the damage to the fire lady, he's going to lash out with his mind and cast Tasha's Mind Whip at her.
Okay. Yep. So do you make an attack roll or do I make a save?
Sorry, saving intelligence 16.
Intelligence saving throw. It rolled a natural 1. So you definitely hit.
Okay, so it takes 10 points of psychic damage.
Ooh.
And it can't take a reaction till the end of its next turn, and on its next turn it must choose whether to do a move, an action, or a bonus action. Only one of them.
And that was Firebender Lady as the target.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. From there, do you move? Oh, well, you're stuck, aren't you? So
Ungrappled, yes, so yes.
It is Rabbito's turn. Were-Rabbit has a spear stuck in its body. It's going to pull that out and throw it straight back at Bianca.
Yes, it is.
Natural 20. So Bianca.
Ouch.
It sends it well.
You're going to take. It says that's not how you throw a spear. This is how you throw a spear. My dear, don't fear. As it tries to wrap, while also focusing on combat. As it does 8, 9, 10, 12 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
The spear, the javelin, striking you. And then Mr. Were-Rabbit will scurry along the ropes until it's above Timothy. From there, Snake Lady is going to come over to Timothy, and she's going to hold out her arms, and several snakes are going to worm their way toward your jacket.
No.
Natural 20.
Oh.
How's this?
So
Uh-oh,
many
Shaggy.
net
You're not
20s.
the only one with good dice. 18 and 14. How many of those hit?
Yes.
All of them? Okay. So each snake will attack a different part of Timothy, And these snakes come off of Snake Lady's arms and disappear into the trench coat in a terrifying display. Each part of you takes 1 piercing damage and needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Sorry, little green buddy. I should have eaten them when I had the chance.
You just hear muffled screams from inside the coat. How did we go?
Just playing Shuffleophagus with the character sheets.
Yep.
And gone. Okay. So let's have a look. See. Oh, we did super good. So we got a 6, an 11, and a 13.
Oh no!
All right. So that's 4 poison damage, 4 poison damage, and 1 poison damage distributed from each of the snakes.
So
you can figure out how that
2, 3, 4
fiddles in.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely some shenanigans going on inside that trench coat.
3, 4. And what was the lowest damage?
1.
1.
Okay, cool, beautiful. Yeah, there's a bunch of screaming happening in the cloak. Yeah, they're staying together for now, but they're not so happy about their situation.
Then the pink goo surges up and flows even further, and spilling onto the floor is a huge... what size are you? You are huge. Dun, 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 dun. A huge ooze-like creature. We'll say it pops up there. And you can see these thin tendrils stretching out from its corporeal form all the way along to each of the creatures that are seemingly under its command. And it, first of all, its puppets, one of its puppets will lunge at Balazar. Yeah, like the evil rabbit from Monty Python. Yeah, an 18 to hit.
Big teeth.
What's your AC?
Just what you need.
Just what I need. Okay, excellent. You were going to take. 3, 6, 9, 11, 14 bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
And 7 psychic damage. As when it strikes you, you feel the psychic power of this creature ripping through your brain, trying to consume your memories. Then hello. Then it will lash out at it will move across and it will lash out at Thurin. 15, 16, 17, 18 to hit Thurin. Okay.
That hurt.
Yes, this is going to hurt.
8, 9, 10, 11, 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
And 8 points of psychic damage. As it again rips through your brain as well, trying to take your memories. And finally, it looks at who's this here? That would be Ren.
That's no one. No one here, just us chickens.
Ren, make a wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom was that?
Yes, wisdom, please.
Okay, buddy. Hold the line, please.
Oh my gosh.
That would be 17.
The DC, I'm afraid, is 18.
That you shouldn't be laughing about that. Why would you laugh about that, DM? Why would you
Because
laugh?
Now I have to add up all the dice.
Oh, cool.
More dice, more damage. Yay!
Yeah,
fine.
when he goes to get another bucket, we get worried.
How much HP does Ren have?
Clearly not enough. 38.
Oh.
You
Oh,
take
dear.
77 damage.
27 points of psychic damage as this creature, even though, so you notice that this pink gelatinous goo, at first it seems like an amorphous shape, then forms begin to take shape within it, and as these forms become clearer, you realize that it is filled with skulls and faces pulling at the edges of its skin, so to speak, and it starts to drain your memories.
That's okay. They're not that great anyway.
So you take that 27 points of psychic damage, and whenever you roll an ability check or an attack roll, now that your memories have been sapped from you, you must roll a negative d4.
Cool. Fine, I'm sure.
And you hear the creature's puppet say, "Oh, you have some shitty memories."
Yeah, I know.
And so then, that's its turn. And this puppet over here is gonna slither its way closer to, let's say, here. That's the noise it makes. And welcome to the Raiders, by the way. The clown is just going to keep playing its box. And then Ren, it's your turn. Having just had the mental blow of your life.
Yeah, Ren's very short life has flashed before her eyes. Memories of her time with the accounting firm have flown out. You know, she doesn't worry about those missing so much. But her time with the giants and learning how the land hums and flows and how to harness that, she can feel it slipping away. And just as she starts to feel like the essence of her being is perhaps flowing out of her brainsicle, she looks down at beside her and grabs a piece of iron and a flint out of her pockets and strikes them against each other, and then touches the iron grate, the metal grate that is underneath her, and casts heat metal at 3rd level.
Ooh.
So how much of a space does heat metal affect?
60 feet!
All right, so it'll cover the whole grate?
Yep.
Okay, and what are the consequences?
The consequences are any creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage when I cast the spell. And until the spell ends, I can use a bonus action on each of my subsequent turns for up to 1 minute to cause this damage again. Now, would you say that the pink goo is wearing or holding the grate?
Absolutely.
Wearing it.
Cool. And if it takes damage from it, it then must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the object if it can. If it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn.
All right, well, it's definitely not dropping it. What's the save?
That's a question. Can you tell I haven't played a druid before?
Well, it's rolled a 2, so I don't think it's going to save.
Nope. And because I'm casting it at 3rd level, it's actually 2d8. It's 3d8.
So go ahead and roll that damage. And what I'll do is I'll roll it for the puppet as well. Which fails. So the puppet will also take the damage. The puppet explodes into goo. Bleh. Bloop. The horrific gelatinous form screams, and you can hear the screams coming from all of the characters. They all scream in unison, and also you hear the scream in your minds as well as this psychic creature just lets out a roar of pain.
So that is 16 points of damage,
Okay.
and it must take. It has to make a Constitution saving throw now to see whether or not
Which it failed.
it can drop the object if it can. Yep, cool. So it has disadvantage on attack roll ability checks until the start of my next turn.
Okay, I'm going to rule that because of the significance of the fire damage, each of the creatures who are connected to this thing will also roll with disadvantage.
Excellent.
So if I forget to roll
mean,
with
yeah.
disadvantage,
Cool.
just let me know.
That's cool.
From there, we come to the top of the round. Cole, you see all of these guys screaming horrifically, particularly the bat lady above you.
Right. I'm going to say she'd be within 10 feet of me.
Within 10 feet, yes.
Right, so Cole hears all the screaming and all the commotion and lets out a scream of his own.
Okay.
He's going to use Draconic Cry
Ooh.
towards Vampire Bat Lady, not Vampire Lady.
Fusrodar.
Exactly. Until the start of my next turn, my allies and myself had to have advantage on all attack rolls against enemies that can hit.
Yep.
And given she's flying, I'm going to wager I can't reach her with my rapier.
Not without an acrobatics check to sort of leap on the chairs or...
Given Cole already has his short bow out, immediately whilst screaming, he's going to launch a arrow at the bat lady, rolling with advantage.
Alrighty, go ahead.
That is a natural 20.
Natural 20. Oh my gosh. You just hit. And what I do for natural 20s on attacks is double dice, normally.
Okay. So then instead of 1d6, it becomes 2d6?
Mhm.
Right. You want me to double my sneak attack damage as well?
If it's dice, you can double it.
Excellent. So that is... Let me
That's how I like to
find...
do it anyway. Shenanigans.
So that comes to 11 damage normally.
Mm-hmm.
And then sneak attack is another 21.
Oh! So you put your arrow through her, and she just drops into a puddle of pink goo. Blah.
Cole will jump back from the pile of pink goo.
Okay. From there, as you leap out of the way of this acidic goo falling down onto the ground, Bianca, what are you doing?
Does the clown have pink goo trailing out of it as well?
It does.
Alrighty. So seeing as that is the closest without getting actually in the goo, Bianca's going to run over and take 2 swings with her great axe.
Yes.
And we have advantage from the Draconic Cry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank goodness. So, great axe, that is a 25 to hit
Yep, that'll hit.
for the
Just
first one. The damage on that one is 14.
Okay. The clown
And then
goes
second
down.
attack. Okay.
Blup.
So
The little critters around it, though, with all their own little tendrils, while this clown turns into a blob, the little critters are still there, and they look at you with feral, blobby looks.
all right, I will move over to the little puppet that's like sort of directly in front,
Okay.
and take my second attack on that, which is a 26 to hit.
That just hits, I think. Just barely.
And that is max damage for 16.
All right. You not only decapitate the puppet, but you defenestrate the puppet and humiliate the puppet as you splat the puppet. The puppet is no
Well,
more.
at least someone can hit.
From there, Firebender Lady is going to Firebender Lady is going to come over to Tomothy and not Balasar, Thurin. No, is that Thurin? Who's that? That's Snake Lady. Snake Lady.
Yes.
Yeah. It's
I'm
going
being
to come
ganged
over
up on.
and join these guys. And well, it's 3-on-3. Fair fight.
Okay.
And she will attempt to stab you with her daggers. She's going to make 2 attacks. Stab. One is an
Stabby.
8, and one is a 16.
What was the first one?
8.
The 8 misses.
All right. So she's going to stab you with her daggers. A dagger. 4 points of piercing.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 flame damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, I have to roll with disadvantage.
Yes,
That's a nat 20 on the second dice, so that would not miss. With that,
So what was the first
so
damage?
4 piercing, 1 fire.
Was that the fire lady?
Yes.
Yeah.
She could do one action. She can either move, she can do an action, or she can do a bonus action.
Okay.
Ha ha ha!
In which case, we'll treat it as a thrown dagger. A thrown dagger.
Okay. So okay.
So it'll still be the attacks and the damage.
Yeah.
But she just won't be right next to you in melee.
Okay, so 4 piercing
And 1 fire.
and 1 fire. Good.
From there, Vampire Lady's gone. So it is Tomothy. Tomothy, you've just been hit by a flaming dagger. There are snakes in your jacket. And there's a lady hissing at you.
Yeah. Tomothy has a question.
Yes.
Tomothy is wondering if dropping some ball bearings would be counted as an action or a bonus action.
I believe utilizing ball bearings is an action. Ball bearing.
It would be use item, wouldn't it?
Ball bearings. A creature, as an action, you can spill these tiny metal balls.
Okay. Well, I would like to, for this turn, instead cast Hunger of Hadar. I'm able to see in magical darkness because of my eldritch spooky vision.
Delicious.
And let's see if this is going to let me do that. It might not. Fair enough. Okay. I'm a visual person, so I need to be able to see where my circle's at.
All good.
Okay, so it's a 20-foot circle.
Yep. Where do you want it to consume?
Just making sure that I'm actually making a 20-foot circle.
Yeah, it looks 20 feet. 20-foot radius or diameter?
Radius.
Yep.
Radius is the one from the middle, isn't it?
Radius, yeah, so it would be more like that. Where do you want it to...
Yeah, that checks out.
So you could get those three, or you could
Yeah,
get those
I
three?
think those three would be...
Those three? Okay.
Yeah, those three would be good. I don't think I can shift as such that I can also cop the goo, unfortunately.
Because of me.
Yeah, I don't really want to give Balasar nightmares of spooky ghost tentacles.
So does Hunger of Hadar come from the floor or from above?
Hunger of Hadar comes from the floor. I open a gateway to the dark between the stars.
All right, so the ground beneath these guys disappears into the blackness of night, and where the floor once was is innumerable galaxies and innumerable stars and innumerable darkness of the void. And from there, even darker than the darkness, rises up tentacles and swallows up both the light and the hope of everything within it. And the creatures must make a save.
So any creature that starts its turn in the area just takes 2d6, and any creature that ends its turn must succeed its dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
And everybody can hear some whispers and slurping noises coming from the...
Yummy.
Vegemite. All right, so that rips open. Very impressive for a trench coat. And Balazar.
Well, I'll grab my halberd and try and attack the big slime.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'll use my channel divinity.
So an 11 will not hit.
I'll use my channel divinity guided strike.
Yep.
Give me +10.
+10. Yes, that will hit. Alrighty.
For 11.
11. Yep. Okay. Bonk.
I don't presume I can use my Staring Smite on top of that, but...
Does it require a bonus action or a...
yeah.
Okay. Alright, your blade sinks in, and while it seems visually to not do much damage, you have cut into this creature and damaged it. From there, the were-rabbit from above is caught within these horrible tendrils and takes 2d6. And it gets pulled into the void by these horrible tentacles. With a horrible cry and scream, you see the jelly before you guys quiver and groan at this unexpected other horror.
I was here first.
Snake Lady is also there. Go ahead and roll 2d6 for me, Timothy.
2d6 for the spooky square. 5.
All right. She gets sucked in as well. It's awful. This gelatinous blob is like... it's like... you know what, guys? Wait, maybe we could truce. Anybody? Truce?
No.
No pickles for you.
Okay.
You started this.
You started it.
You see it cast a spell.
Of course it does.
It is going to cast Dimension Door and try to escape.
Counterspell.
Yes!
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 So, go ahead and what level is... You are a... What level spellcaster? You are a...
5th level.
5th level spellcaster. So you're casting at 5th level?
No, it's a 3rd level spell, but
Yeah. And can you cast it any higher than 3rd level?
no.
Alright, then you will need to roll in order to prevent the spell from happening, I believe. So you will need to reach a 15. Sorry, Dimension Door is as a 5th level spell. Yep, a 15.
Not with that. 4.
Oh no!
All right. You watch as the creature, with bits of goo spilling out of it, begins to pull itself into the dimension door that rips open before it. However, as it pushes itself into the door, it is unable to go through. And you see, you hear a voice say, in my domain, no one leaves without my permission. And stepping out of the doorway at the end is Isolde, raising Nepenthe. Okay,
It's
Baba.
all day!
Baba, come on. And she is cleaning off pink muck from her clothes. Hey, Baba. You say,
Nah.
hi, chat. You say, hi, chat. Yeah. She is wiping pink goop off her clothes, and she is, behind her is Hell. Hang on. Is the half giant. The half giant.
Oh, our big friend.
Yes, our big friend.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes. Moss ball.
That's right.
Yes.
And
Mothball,
he
yes.
and he's also pulling pink goo off of his body, and the goo is like, please, I just want memories. I'm not harming anyone. And it seems to genuinely be afraid now, as Isolde raises her glowing sword. Ren, you are next to act.
How far away from me is the goo?
The goo from you.
And is it still touching the metal? Yes, it is. Yeah.
It's within 5 feet. Yes, it is.
Cool.
Oh, it is touching the. So if you want, you can roll the damage
Uh,
for that.
Yep. Give me 2 seconds. So I want to actually cast Thunder Wave to push it away from the door.
Yeah.
Having seen it is all day coming back through the door and seeing them wipe the blade, I'm like, awesome! This is pretty great. Hang on a second, and I'll do Thunder Wave to push them away from the door, and that's a con save of 15.
With disadvantage is a 6. So it fails.
Cool. So they get 2d8 thunder damage. Oh no, because I'm casting it at 2nd level. It is 3d8.
Yep.
Sorry. Because if you're going to do it, right?
That's right.
mm-hmm.
Not much use taking spell slot time.
Nah. Also, like 2s aren't much use. But anyway, so that's a total of 10 thunder damage. And they get pushed 10 feet away from me, away from the door. But I still want them touching the grate, if at all possible.
Go ahead.
Yep. Cool. And then I will do the additional damage as my bonus action for the heat metal.
Yeah.
Witches, hold the line, please, because D&D Beyond is really slow today. Do, 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 do. That is an additional 15 fire damage.
All right. How do you want to do this?
So seeing Isolde come through the door and going, hang on, 1 + 1 = 14. Yeah! Push them away and then grab the iron and the flint again, strike them and put my hands down on the metal and go, it's barbecue time! And just watch as they sizzle away.
Alrighty. And with the horrible smell of rotting eggs, the goo screams mentally inside your heads, as that is the only voice it has left, until it collapses, and with a sizzle and a hiss, its form can no longer hold itself together, and it collapses into a pile of goo, bones, and muck, and it just drips through the grates, and it is destroyed.
Hi guys, is everyone all right?
I have snakes in my cloak.
Oh, can I eat them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thorin just goes and sits down in the stands. He's not feeling too very good at the moment.
Yep. With that, the carnival goes quiet. It seems like this creature ended up consuming the performers, and so Isolde says, I guess there won't be a show this evening. I told you, evil follows this place. But thanks to you, we've managed to fend it off, despite the cost. As you guys are sort of looking about, you hear a voice say, "Hello? Hello?" coming from the grate beneath the circus pit.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
I'm gonna poke into the grate with my broom.
Mm-hmm. You feel a tug as reaching up through the grate is a small hand.
Ah!
The hand of Arabeth.
Bianca will lean down and pull her up.
Okay.
I'll grab my battle axe and we'll go to the rest.
With enough time and effort, you manage to procure Arabeth out of the drains of this place. Isolde looks at you all and says, it's going to take a while to recover from this, but you are welcome back anytime, having helped stop the evil that was here. In fact, if you wanted to, I would welcome more patrons to more performers to my domain. However, I guess you can see now why it's such a difficult venture. This is my curse. This is my burden, and this is my life. Arabeth says, "I want to go home."
Thorin looks on
It's all right, young
in
one.
horror
We'll go home.
at the young girl, considering she was down there with the slime and followed it out and survived. So she must be the root of all the evil.
Yep, the root of all evil. What do you guys want to do now?
Tomothy is considering staying behind and being a professional kazoo and untuned lute player with the circus.
Bianca's just cradling the young girl, going, "We're going to get you home."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll say we'll take the girl home, and I will probably ask if I could return and perform in like gladiator style. Like,
Okay.
sword fighting gladiator.
Alrighty.
and become famous that way around.
What of Cole?
Cole happens to be proficient in the bagpipes, so he's actually considering staying too.
Hey, there you
We
go.
can make a band. It'll
What
sound awful.
What of
Well, I got the
Surin?
pan flute, so why not?
Oh, God, all of the most annoying sounds.
Yep.
All right.
Bianca will reach into one of her pockets and pull out some parchment. She goes, I have poetry.
Oh,
Oh,
there you go.
Is it slam poetry?
Slam poetry.
They just lost their last rapper.
It's poetry.
well,
Ren looks at the goo that was the snake woman and goes, looks back over at is Day Old and goes,
Can I have all the snakes I can eat? I'll stay if I can have snakes.
Isolde thinks for a moment and says, I'm sure we can arrange something.
Yeah!
Still have 4 jars of pickles.
Pickles, pickles, pickles.
And there's no more rabbit to worry about, are there? Alrighty. With that, Isolde lifts the mists, and you are able to return to Aeorn and Ruabeth with their daughter Arabeth, and we transition to an epilogue where the adventurers have returned to the carnival to take on roles as performers, entertaining crowds and protecting the carnival as they build their fame and glory. And in a final moment, we return to the family, now reunited, where they hold Arabeth safe and warm as a little trickle of pink goo flows from beneath her clothing. And that's how this story ends.
hooray!
Yay!
You all leveled up!
Yay!
Thank you so much for joining us, everybody in the audience. We reached a peak of something like 24 viewers, which is pretty fantastic.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. We've got one more day of D&D ahead tomorrow. Again, please check out the community on Facebook and Discord. Also, thank you to our affiliates, Behold Games, the Trey Tinker, Meeples and Dragons, RPG Mini Hunter, Glowcraft, and a whole bunch more of supporters in our community. This is all because we've reached 10,000 members. So if you want to help grow that community even more, find your friends, find your family, get them involved in D&D, and come and join us. Thank you again to everyone who participated. Today was a Dungeons and Dragons Day for the moderators and leadership of this particular group of D&D Australia. And tomorrow is our final game, I think? Question mark?
Yes, tomorrow is the final game with our affiliates. So stay tuned for that one. It's sure to be a barrel of laughs and a bucket full of shenanigans.
If you want to check me out, because I do stream on my own as well, you can find me at Charlie DM Gaming. Does anyone else have a Twitch or a community to plug while we're here?
Not as such.
Not as such?
Yeah, not as such.
Alrighty.
Do my art and maps if anybody wants to reach out on Facebook, but yeah, I haven't set up a website as of yet.
Facebook's link is... Let's chuck it in the chat here. Does one of you have it on copy and paste?
I can get that nice and quick.
Yep, just chuck it in the chat there, and the Discord perhaps. And then we'll wrap it up. Out. Thank you. Don't put that in your
Thanks
mouth.
so much to you guys in the chat for watching. Really enjoy crazy shenanigans. And if you don't have our links or can't access the chat properly, feel free to reach out to any one of us. and we will point you in the right direction.
And just while we're here, another big thank you to everyone here who is a part of our ModMin group. We couldn't run this group without you guys, so we really do appreciate all your time, effort, hard work in keeping this community growing and running as smoothly as it does. So Mel, Chris and I thank you guys from the bottoms of our heart.
Big loves. Thank you.
Yeah.
Send it in the Discord, Botanical, and I'll put it in there.
Yes, yep.
It is
Awesome.
Daddy. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Sheldon. That was good fun.
Oh, good. And I'll switch it over to the finishing screen now, and we'll pop any links we wouldn't pop in there. Oh,
Awesome.
if I can
Thanks,
read
folks.
it.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Everyone.
Bye.